my goodness. Oh, gosh. Oh, my goodness. You know what we all have in common is we've done that School for the Work together. Oh, why? What are you doing here? And do you really think you're here? It's quite an illusion. You know that country western song, Together Again, Together Again? You know, like that. I'm thinking.
How far will I go? Huh?
I love life. Did you see it? How would you know? Is that we have a term for it, for the trance, remembering? Did you hear me say remembering? But it's so dangerous not to remember when not one human being has proof. How many of you think you understood what I just said? God, that's it's not even 1%. Oh. God. I'm here with 1%ers. What to do?
Leave everything.
So start it over, John. Yeah.
In this high place, it is as simple as this. Leave everything you know behind. Step toward the cold surface, say the old prayer of rough love, and open both arms. Those who come with empty hands will stare into the lake astonished. There, in the cold light, reflecting pure snow, the true shape of your own face. In this high place, it is as simple as this. Leave everything you know behind. Leave everything you know behind. In this high place, it is as simple as this. Leave everything you know behind. Leave everything you know behind. Step toward the cold surface, say the old prayer of rough love, and open both arms. Those who come with empty hands will will stare into the lake, astonished. Will stare into the lake, astonished. There, in the cold light, reflecting pure snow, the true shape of your own face. The true shape of your own face. The true shape of your own face. In this high place, it is as simple as this. It is as simple as this. It is as simple as this. Leave everything you know behind. Everything. Leave everything you know behind. Leave everything you know behind. Step toward the cold surface. Step toward the cold surface. Say the old prayer of rough love. The old prayer. Say the old prayer of rough love. Say it. Say the old prayer of rough love and open both arms. Those who come with empty hands will stare into the lake, astonished. There, in the cold light, reflecting pure snow, the true shape of your own face. The true shape of your own face.
On a serious note, what are you doing? What are you doing here? What do you think you're doing here? How many of you have sat in a snow body before? Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! What a beautiful thing. Those of you that haven't attended, what do you expect to go home with? Oh, that's the wrong question. I hope you go home with nothing. Which is what you're going home to one way or the other. What do you want in terms of attending this event? What do you want to go home with? Yes.
Hi, Katie. So nice to see you.
Oh, thank you.
I want to dissolve.
Oh. Yeah. So that's what I'm hearing, that you just want to catch up with yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, honey. Yeah. So you're ready to lose the world?
I hope so.
You hope you're ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah. Yeah, that tells me that you're going to be someone that really focuses in this event. Thank you. Thank you, sweetie. Anyone else?
Hi, I would like to be a fearless flow of giving. That's what I would like to be.
Ooh, that's, you're in the right place for that. It's, that's that place where there's nothing to lose. And in that place, as you live out that life of nothing to lose, you can't stop what flows in. So it's an inexhaustible experience, life. The expression when you give, I don't know if it's mine or said a million ways, different ways, but it's giving is a life worth living, is the life worth living. And selfishly, on the other end, it's because it just keeps coming back and you can't stop it. It's like a flood. a matter of noticing.
Thank you. I have been diagnosed with some sensory disorders when I was very young, and also as a highly sensitive person. So I can be overwhelmed by light or color or sound and I spend a lot of my time in a disassociated state, I feel like. And I've been doing the work for 10 years, and the gifts have been innumerable. And there's something in here, a story that I've never been able to unwind, is that something in here needs to change. Something in here is very wrong. And something needs to change in order for me to be fully alive or to be fully present in the world.
So that is fully opening to the gift you've been given, this dissociation. I hope you come to understand that it's a gift, not a curse. Like both. Association, disassociation. Or you could say association. Is that the right word, honey? Association?
I know what you mean.
That association, rather than dissociation, moving into association to live in the world the way they would recommend we do, that this association with the world dissolves into, or you wake up to, there's no one that isn't dissociating. So it could be your world finally comes into a focus that you understand. That you have a head start on, like, what some of the rest of us haven't. The way I understand dissociation. And raise your hand at the end and let's see if what I said is any help or makes any sense to you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. In the mic there. Thanks, honey. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, Katie.
Hi.
Part of me wants to say I'm not sure why I'm here. I'm here, I believe I'm here by faith. And then as I think about it more, I remember that I'm here because I want to see things more clearly. I want to see my truth more clearly.
And when you speak the word truth, what?
Who I am. What I'm doing here.
Then this is the right place. Thank you. Yes.
Hi, Katie.
Hi.
I'm so happy to be here, yet terrified at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm realizing I'm here because multiple reasons, but 2 weeks ago I had a major health scare. I was hospitalized for a week, had to have emergency surgery, and I realized that I was more afraid of waking up from surgery with a colostomy bag than dying. And I'm just realizing how extremely attached I am to my human body and to aging and my appearance, and how much energy I pretend to not put towards it, but how much it feels like an obsession. And I just realized there's so much of life I'm missing out on, and I really want to learn how to disassociate or not be so attached.
Not to be so attached to physical ailments, conditions.
Yeah, my appearance, just
Appearance.
how I look, maintaining a certain weight, and how I present myself to the world is just so much more important to me than I wish it was.
Oh, baby. Mm. I love you could see me through my eyes and so many others. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to stop to defend because I'm in noir with me. And I have so much love and I'm in noir with people. And I want to stop this war inside and outside.
Okay, honey, take a breath and say it again.
Sorry, from closer.
I would like to stop to defend myself. To protect my ego, I don't know. Sometimes I defend, and I attack myself, and I attack other people.
Yeah.
So I put on paper, but I would like to just be in love.
God, you know, everyone that's held the mic so far, I am so glad you're here. I don't know any place in the world that can, and there may be plenty, I don't know, but I don't know another place in the world where we can sit together and get this down in a way that we not only understand it, that it shifts everything I've heard you speak to here. This event takes care of that. If you just open your mind to it, and you can go home with the exercise and sit in the practice, because the ego's job is to override any enlightenment you find here, but it won't change what you see and experience here. And I love that. It can't override it. If you listen, get still, sit in these exercises and follow the simple directions. Do the best of your ability. That's all we can do, you know. Thank you, honey.
Thank you.
You know, if I could say anything about what I just said, I would say it's an understatement.
Hi, Katie. Good to be back with you. Good to be here. I want to let go of fixed ideas about what is this ever dynamically changing environment.
Yeah, thank you. You're in the right. You know, what does the term non-duality mean to you when you hear it? You put a meaning on it rather than just a description. That also, but.
Non-definable, non-fixed. So there aren't just open.
Try this on, no other. Here's another word that floats around: presence.
Yeah.
Presence. When you're laughing, talking, crying, presence in all of that. Awareness. Awareness, like an immovable awareness. Awake to that, aware of that, even when you're in hospital, even if
Nothing to compare it to. There isn't anything else.
the absence of comparison. Yeah. And it doesn't mean that a parent won't be there, but you'll know the difference, and you'll wait to. You'll wait to. Thank you, honey.
Thank you.
Hi, Katie.
Hi, honey.
I am here for the ripple effect, mostly. It's amazing to be around people that are questioning and have a sense of community. Also, I would like to be more rooted in gratitude. I had an earwig crawl across my sink last night, and I was more mortified than I expected to be. And I feel like if I had less duality, that wouldn't matter that my sheets were so scratchy and I was so uncomfortable. So.
Would they be scratchy? Like you're tired, you go to bed. Would they be scratchy if you had never experienced sheets before?
No, and I had that thought, like, why do I have such nice sheets? Now I can't go anywhere where the sheets aren't nice.
So those beautiful, nice sheets were the curse. That was the curse. Okay, thank you. Hi, honey. Hi.
Katie, so nice to see you. Yeah, I can't stop comparison.
No, we can't stop it. Don't
Yeah.
expect that. We can, hey, life.
Yeah.
We can wake up to it.
Yeah, and the thing that I
We
seem
be
to be
aware of it in our everyday. You know, I see an image of, in my mind's eye, of that.
yeah, I seem to put a lot of people on pedestals or in bad situations, and you know, I know there's something in there to that illusion, and then there's also this. I think I want to have a better relationship or understanding of pain and pleasure. Like, a lot of things that I call pleasure or pain, so or vice versa. So I seem to need an update on that. So that's what I'm here for.
Okay. Thank you, honey. Okay, so you know, in this 2.5-day event, I'm going to, this is dropped from a 5-day event to a 2.5-day event. And if you've had a break with reality, or if you feel any symptoms coming on at all, just begin to move to the back of the room, and there's a staff table over there in the corner, and just let them know, and we can support you to, we don't have any advice or medical experience, none of it, but we can help you. And we're way into that and prepared to do it and qualified to. We can follow the simple directions that you hold out for us. Okay? And if you just drop out completely, not in a way that we're experiencing here. You know the difference between that and a medical condition. Those of you that never have had a loss of reality. See, what we're doing here is about sanity. It's not about just being crazed in a non-dual world. It's the extreme opposite of that. It's how to live in the world. The gift of this world. As I sit here, I'm just like this, not only is this chair holding me, but look what's holding the chair. And notice what's holding that. And that. And that. And they say this earth is just spinning in a galaxy. Well, just notice the stability here. So, this is, if you have a break, and it just, that's not a terrible thing. Just let us know, we'll support you. And notice that non-duality isn't about losing the past, the gift of imagining past future. Okay, it's okay. Mikhail, what's going on, sweetie pie?
Sorry, I pronounced it Mihal.
Mihal.
What was going on is that I had a moment of gratitude because I had the experience you described when I was here, and I was helped, and I'm grateful.
Oh, good. Good. Honey, as many times as I've experienced the blessing of you, I've always known Mihal, and I expect nothing of me. And you don't seem to mind.
I don't mind, and I was saying it for me, not for you.
Well,
because for many years I wouldn't
arrogance
say.
of me. I love sitting in that mutual.
I experience it as loving
Thank
and
you.
caring.
Thank you, honey. That would be you. And generous.
I love you.
You are generous. Thank you. Okay, angels. And please, no recording. Turn off your phones, your recorders. And we don't like this, but if we see anyone recording, we will ask you to leave. And gosh, this is a weird one. Please don't bring your cell phones into this room. And if you must, please turn it off. Did that. Oh, gosh. That's what I love about duality. How many of you pictured staff on stage at the end of a school, like coming out with basically very few clothes on? One of you, yeah, Eduardo. You were one of them, Eduardo. I see you in my mind's eye. Yeah. Reasons phones interfere with our audio equipment. So thank you for that. No sales promotion of any kind in the space of this entire event. And how many of you are new to the work today? No one new to the work today, huh? Wow, this is so good. Okay, find blank pages in your notebook. And make a list of your family members, okay? Like, and title it like 1B. List 1B, family members. And do it this way. For me, I would write, I have a daughter, 2 sons, a husband, etc. Okay. And make that list. Actually, to help my memory, label that 1B, not 1A. 1B. List 1B. What, honey? Hi. Again? Dead or alive? Alive. Mm-hmm.
Is this a household, or would we include like our?
Again?
Is this just our household, or include like our parents and our?
Yeah, your parents. Yeah, like I have a daughter, and this is not good, honey. Ooh, what a question. I have a mother who's dead, a sister who's dead, a grandmother who's dead. Oh my God, an aunt dead, cousin's dead. Mother-in-law is dead. Ex-husband is dead. Okay, so I'm alive. I'm going to make a. Well, 81 is not a terrible thing. You know, like I can say that. Where do they live? And if they were living, where do they live? No one can leave me. And if they're standing in front of me, I can only see them in past. I mean, if I were sitting here and looking out at you, if I've never seen a people before, I might just look and run out screaming. I mean, this is weirdness. Really scary. But this past, this future, allows me to be comfortable here. And having done a lot of work as an agoraphobic, I'm able to be here too, thanks to this work.
Should we include ex-spouses?
Yeah, if they're alive, yeah. So that's list 1B. Now, on list 1C, identify and list your identity as a family member. I'm a mother, I'm a daughter. You know, I can say that even though my mother died several years ago. I'm a daughter. I am or have been a mother, a daughter, a sister, a grandmother, an aunt, a cousin, a wife, a niece, a mother-in-law. So make that list of identities for list 1C, like cat. How many of you have never been to the school? Oh, good, I don't.
Yeah, that's one person.
Oh, honey, how'd you make it through? It's a requirement to be here. How'd you get through?
I think I maybe had equivalent experience. I'm not totally sure. I've done like the online calls with you and that sort of thing.
You're in the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday community. Oh, good. So you'll do fine here, I imagine. Great.
I hope
so. Yeah, so welcome here.
Thank you.
I say that because you're here. No mistake. Yeah. And you, sweetie, same?
Yeah, and just listening to your work and kind of taking it on. I talked to Keith and Ed said something to the effect of feeling kind of inoculated by the questions.
Oh, good.
So feeling like haven't done the school, but felt called to be here and wanted to be here.
Yeah. Well, you know, I get why you got that pass. Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so everyone ready for your next list? Okay, label this 1D like Doris. 1D. I am Byron Kathleen. Okay, so write your name at the top of the list. And I am 81 years old. Write your age, like age and your age. In the next line, your gender. I am female, and those of you that identify that don't identify as male or female, what's the term you use? They, them?
Non-binary.
Yeah, but there's one word you can write on your name tag. Between what word?
Pronouns? The pronouns?
They.
Would pronoun do it?
They, them.
Okay, so it was one word, and we'll just go back. And they, them, if on your name tag, oh, you did that during registration, you got that squared away? No? Okay, so you can write they, them on it. And for any exercise, we do that way. And you don't need to do that for this one. I am. So my name and then your age. I am. And we're making a list below I am. Byron Katie. Age. I am 81 years old. You see how the I ams are playing here? I am female. Write your gender or your pronoun. Your culture, ethnic group. I am. Honey, what am I?
Wonderful.
Get over it. Not later, just now. Okay. So I am Caucasian. I don't even know how to spell it. Take a good shot at it. Okay. So, for example, Caucasian, Asian, Hispanic, Native American, French, American, Chinese, etc. So just write your ethnic group there. I am. Okay. So the line below that, I am, and your occupation. Unemployed, or I am a CEO, or maybe I'm a field technician, lumberjack, etc. So do that now. And then your collective group on the next line. Ask it again.
What does that mean?
What does it mean? Okay. Collective groups like your politics, your religion, etc. Like Republican, Catholic, conservative, capitalist, Christian, Muslim. Just write your collective group there. And all of these start with I am. Did I make that clear enough? Yeah. So continue your I am list. How many of you need more time? Okay. How many of you have only one under a heading, or two on your list? Okay, so hopefully your partner will have more, and in the meantime, maybe you have opportunity to add a few more. So, who has the little yellow card in there? interesting. Okay, so Lige, would you facilitate me, please? Okay. So, Lige, I am a female.
Is that true?
You understand where I'm sitting right now? In two worlds. There's the world of reality, and then there's the world of hypnotic trance, the world of the trance. So to answer that with Lige, see, this is my internal thinking that you're hearing, but I'm not going to speak this internal world to my facilitator. He's just looking for a yes or no. He asked me, is it true? Okay, that I'm a female. My head and my internal is to see my parents told me so. Yeah, with exceptions in this other options other than male-female identities. Yeah, I'm female. I'm female, is it true? The whole world agrees. Stephen really agrees. He just can't stop flirting. Go to your room. I'm doing an event here. And all the time, I'm a female, is it true? See, I have two answers, and they're both correct. One correct more than the other. In this world, it's yes. But that's the world of the trance. Like my mother told me so. My kindergartner teacher told me so when she said, boys over here, girls over there. You know, that's what I've heard all my life. Now I'm asking myself, is it true? The only honest answer is don't know. Don't know, but it's an honest don't know. It's an honest don't know. That's what I've dropped into. Just because people tell me something doesn't make it true. Just because the whole world agrees doesn't make it true. They could be right. You know, I'm not at war with anyone or anything. Doesn't mean they're not right. Looking to myself, can the question Lige asked me is, can I really know that it's true? No, he asked me, is it true? Shoot, I hate that. I hate how to answer. No. Honey, just let me be with that. Now that it's spoken out. You see, before you speak it and then after you speak it, those are like two different worlds. It's like a commitment, even though it's not here. It's out in the world. This trance. No.
How do you react, and what happens when you believe the thought?
That I'm a female?
Yes.
So as a facilitator, if you hold it for me, because I'm sitting in my process, so you hold it for me. How do I react when I believe the thought? Whoa, what a world. Oh, honey, I use my I learned femininity. I watch my older sister, my mother, my older sister's friends, girlfriends. I take on their behaviors. Because they're so smart and popular and in high school and junior high, and I mimic. And then I see the popular girls, and then I dress like that, I talk like that. I don't know what flirting is, but whatever it is, I try it on, and it seems to work. Sometimes. So I improve, I practice, I cry. How do I react when I think the thought I'm a female? Okay, you understand? Okay. Oh, I take advantage of men. And expect tears when you sit in this stuff. Because what just came up for me was something that has never come up before. Not that I haven't had the thought I take, it's not, that's not lost to me, but what came up for me was not good. It was not good. It was not good. How do I react when I think the thought I'm female? Okay, so you see what I'm meditating in? It can bring tears and laughter. It can just drop in, drop it in. It takes a lot of courage. I hide my femininity, and actually I can play better basketball. I can hit the ball further when we're playing baseball. And all the time thinking that's sexy. Not that my brother appreciated it. Oh, I take terrible advantage of Stephen when I want something and he doesn't. If that's not something he doesn't, no. Right? Oh, sweetie, I look in the mirror and compare myself to other women. And usually fall short. God, what a list. The things going through my head that I'm not saying because, you know, it would take up the space I want you to have. And we're just on the gender list. And so then you turn it around. So you're going to turn around, meaning you alternate. Lige gave me one, now I'm going to facilitate his. So we'll alternate, okay? Because something I missed, even though he's male, something I've missed, what he brings up as a male could just kill me. So we just, emotions have a right to life. They have a right to live in our time together. Okay, so let's try on just 1D, like the I am list. You have A, B, C, and D list, right?
No A. No A. No A.
No A. Personal property and possessions at home? No? Okay. Oh, God. Oh, I'm so glad we're laughing. That you're not walking out the door. Okay, list 1A, personal property and possessions at home. Or at home, in your home, your apartment, your house. Make a list of those. I have, and then make your list. At home, I have. What, honey? Microphone.
Do you have examples? Like,
No,
examples,
just the
like,
list.
Yeah, but like I have a dog. It's examples. Examples like I have for example a dog. No, it's not.
Sure.
Yeah, a dog.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Nothing's sacred and everything's sacred. What a world. This world of duality. Okay, so
Were you here? So 1A, she forgot. 1A is possession.
let's just try on your A list, your personal property and possessions first, okay? the one, the list you just made. So I invite you to turn to someone next to you and find a partner. You can go out in the courtyard, you go out in the front yard. Now we have bees in that tree, and they love that tree. That's their home. So please respect it, and if, just in case you don't, they'll let you know. Okay? So honor the bees in their home, and everything else is their home. Okay, so, you know, I want us just to get our sea legs, so let's like for facilitate your partner for facilitate your partner for 30 minutes on just 1A, personal property and possessions, okay? Do we have 2 1As?
No.
Okay, okay. Boy, I'm really rusty on this one. I said I'd never do another Nobody again, and that it's been 7 years, and so it's a little rusty, and thank you for your patience with me, but the essence and what's valuable is solid. So, but recalling the structure is can be a little messy, but if we got through this one, we'll get through the whole thing. Okay, so if you have these listed, we're good. Okay, so
Edie, shall we alternate in that 30 minutes? I do one and
Yes.
my partner does one, back and forth.
Thanks, Patrie. Yeah, just like Elijah and I did. Like, he facilitated me on one, and then I facilitate him on one, so we open each other up, yes.
So do we start by reading the whole list to each other, or just start with the one?
With the one, yeah. And one would be, 1A would be, oh, you have 2 A's, right?
No.
Okay, so 1A, personal property possessions in my home or apartment, and Lige would facilitate me on an item, and then I facilitate him on his item, and we'd alternate that way. Yes.
When Lige facilitated.
Oh, hi, honey. Hi, Alex.
Hi, Katie. When Lige facilitated you, you only went to question 3.
Yes, like all the way, is it true? Can you really know that it's true? How do you react when you believe the thought? Who would you be in your life without the thought? And then we turn it around.
And the turnaround.
I don't have a dog at home. Yeah. Thank you, Alex. Okay, and if you have any questions, we have staff over here in the corner. And you can just come in and yes. Well, you're going to alternate and be back here in, gosh, let's give it our best shot, be back here in an hour. Yeah, yeah, alternating. You know, because, you know, all of you, yeah, let's continue with what we've got. And John, will you put the time? We're back. Back here at 11 a.m. If you don't have a partner, raise your hand and point to someone standing. If you don't have a partner, raise your hand. If you don't have your partner, raise your hand. Point to someone whose hand is up. So I'm taking off my coat. Not yet. But I saw it in my mind's eye. So now this is going to apparently match those thoughts. I'm taking off my coat now. So, right. What did that? What did that? The body that followed the thought? That's a good one. That's what we would imagine here.
Seems true.
Seems true.
Seems true enough.
To this human experience. What did that? Oh, I did that. I've done it before 1,000 times. It's like, that's a good one. That's a good one. Says I, ego. Notice where your hands are right now and your feet are right now. Were they there before you noticed? Are you breathing, you too? Am I breathing at all? I can say I'm being breathed. That's like first generation. But where's my proof? Even with the breath. God, what put my feet in this position? You know, this is what it's like to live in the miracle. What put my feet in this position? These hands? I just sat down. I just take credit for everything. Not the doer. There's something beautiful going on. Notice where your feet are, your hands, the position, you're sitting, you're being, breathe. It seems. What did you discover sitting in your list? What did you become aware of? You have possessions at home?
Sure, of course.
So I did the exercise with Jula, and it was awesome because we had these great ones, you know,
the car and the house and then we came on Julie's chair. It's like, oh, what are we gonna do with a chair? It's a chair. But we found something big in even the smallest things that we think we, possess. So it was great.
Yeah. Yeah, the chair doesn't say you take me for granted. You don't appreciate me. And it does fine. You fold it up, it doesn't complain. You fold it, who knows when. It doesn't complain. It's just doing its job, available to serve. And as far as we know, it doesn't think. What do we know?
So what I found in that post was that it's not just a chair, it is my identity, because it was a chair that I meditate in, and I am a spiritual person. That chair is me, and I want you to know it.
Yeah. And if we don't believe you, you'll convince us. Yeah, identity. My chair. I am the one that owns that chair. What else did you become aware of? Yes, Marty.
The word "have," I don't know what that means anymore. And then going beyond that,
it's superstition.
It doesn't make sense. I don't know what that. What do you? I don't know what to do with. And then when you get to the I, that I don't even know. That whole sentence does not make sense. I don't know what to do with it. Like I have to do something with it, but it's really interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Yesterday I was wandering down the street, just exploring Ojai a little bit, and there was a young fellow who was folding palm leaves and handing out these flowers that he was making with palm leaves. And I walked past him and he handed me this little bouquet and I said, thank you, and I took about 5 steps and I went, oh, stupid, he probably wants a donation for these flowers. So I turned around and I was really hungry and I went back and I said, I'm really hungry and it's dinner time. Do you want to go out for dinner? And he said, yeah, I do. So I said, do you know of anywhere good around here? And we were standing right in front of a restaurant. And he said, here's great. So we went. I said, I'm going to go and get a table, and when you're ready, if you want, you can come and join me. So we did that, and he came and sat down, and he looked a little weathered, a little disheveled, and he told me that he was unhoused, and that we were talking about how it was chilly out, and I said about how it was cold, and he said that he just sleeps under the stars, and all he owns is a sleeping bag. And I spent the dinner just trying to understand like how he could do that. And it was so fascinating because we come from these polar worlds.
Yeah.
And so it was interesting to do this exercise as I was doing it. That was in the background of it because I was so curious as I was sitting at dinner with him with these flowers that he had made me, and he seemed fine. Like, he said, I'm a vagabond and I like to go from city to city and meet interesting people like you, and I didn't find myself particularly interesting, but for him, I guess, hearing my lifestyle was interesting because it was so different from his. So yeah, it was an interesting sort of place to think about. I have a house, and yeah, so it's sort of percolating in there of what actually having a house means, because when he was talking and he said he didn't even have a tent, I thought, okay, he doesn't have a house, but he has a tent. So at least there's like a physical structure over him. And then he said, no, I don't have a tent. I sleep like the cowboys. And I said, what does that mean? He said, under the stars. So then it went even farther, like he doesn't even have a tent.
He's at home in the world.
Yeah.
Without possessions.
It was fascinating.
He's a great teacher.
Yeah, so it was a very interesting dinner, and I got more out of it than I ever could have realized.
Yeah, he's a great teacher, and I prefer a roof, as far as I know, as long as I have it.
Yeah.
Then I remember the cowboy.
Yeah. And then I thought, is his life better than mine, or am I like greedy, or like, should I want to live like him? Is that like something to aspire to? And then, so I was thinking about that as I was doing this exercise, and I thought, you know, the house for me, what I took out of this exercise was, it really is just a representation of how I view life.
Yeah.
And so it comes, the house goes, it's there for me, it doesn't ask for anything. And
yeah, well, they repossessed our house. Okay, that's not true.
That has happened to me, actually.
Let's say they repossessed my house. So how do I react when I believe the thought? You know now, after sitting in that exercise, you're more awake and aware now to the ego shows up images of the house and the warm bed and my favorite coffee in the kitchen or tea, both. And I see that and as I'm sleeping under the stars, as he describes and loves, but without that. And I miss the experience he described to you, because the ego is showing me the past and what I don't have. Okay, and who am I without it? And I invite you not to believe me, but to test it for yourself. Other than what we're thinking and believing, there is no downside to life. No downside to life other than this. And I invite you to prove yourself wrong in this event as you authentically sit in this in self-inquiry in our time together and carry it forward into your life. There's no downside to life other than what we're thinking and believing. I've got some experience in this. We all do when we start looking at experiencing self-inquiry, seeing what shows up. Anyone have any questions? Yes.
When I investigate, I finish in the future alone and homeless. Like I will dead, lonely, suffering, and I see in the moment that I'm suffering and I'm lonely, but it's in the future it's hopeless, and so sometimes I don't know what to do, or I just observe and notice, and I feel, yeah.
And become freer in some way than before you lost your home. Because we have, let's say, these great homes, and we're not free. And sometimes life gifts us, if we should need it, a little help. It gifts us the loss of this and this and this and this and a little more if we need it, and this and this. And if you really want to suffer, you get it all back. Because this is what you take with you as you roll.
But Cathy, I see that.
It's imagined time and space.
I see that because I rented my house and the owner says, so I need to move. But I have the same anxieties than people who has a house. So it's not about the house, because I do the work with someone who I have a house. So it's the same stress.
Yeah. Yes, honey.
You don't have.
Yeah. Sanity is an expression for a beautiful world, a flawless, beautiful world, a gift. The gift of, you know, when you're sitting in a movie and you love it and it's beautiful, well, you know, that's, and then something apparent, terrible thing happens, it's equal if you're of right mind. It's a gift if you're of right mind. But then the ego comes in and, oh my God, my life's work. Oh my God, I lose my house. And oh my God, and oh, what about my children? And what'll we, you know, it's like, here's hell. Here is the only hell you're ever going to experience. To open your eyes, to get present and see the gift that the ego cannot see or avoids is that apparent future and past comparison. That's duality. Comparison. Comparing now with the not now, the not now. Oh, I'm so worried over nothing. It doesn't, you know, this is about getting sane. Thoughts are not evil and bad. You know, the ego, probably heard me say it, it's like a lost child. We try to kill it, get rid of it, drink it down, eat it down, overwork it down. What if we understood it? You know, it creates our identity. You know, people can say, oh, you're a wonderful mother, and that doesn't make it true for me. You know, and I thank them, and I can see why they would see it that way, and I would ask my children, you know, and open my mind for what I might hear. Oh my gosh. And they can point out things that I'm unaware of, and that gives me opportunity to make it right again. Notice your breath, just now. Notice where your feet and your legs are. I'm inviting you to notice things you didn't plan. There's something beautiful going on. You know, I was hospitalized a few years ago, and they didn't think I would live. And there were doctors there and trying to stop the things that were shutting down all at once. They had a problem. I was alive and vital and healthy and fascinated. That's my favorite. Curiosity. This is not personal. Will she live? Will she die? None of my business. My business is to see the kind of people around me, the doctors, the nurses, Stephen. See the kind of people around me. Why would I worry when they do it for me? It seems. What did you experience sitting in this exercise? Yes.
So, first of all, so much more came up than my partner and I thought would. When I have an apartment, started thinking about the mess in my apartment right now, and the shame and the guilt and all that. And then when it wasn't my apartment, so it wasn't my mess, oh, I don't care. It's kind of like, ooh, interesting. Piece of garbage? It's just like, when I go through the world and it's not a reflection of me, like if I, with a hotel, if it was a reflection of me because I chose it, I think it would cause me a lot of pain to see whatever that bug was called. But when it's not, it's all exciting and interesting.
Thank you. Yes, sweetie.
So good to see you. I've been to 2 schools. This is my 5th event. I'm not sure what to say or what to do here, other than tell you that I made it. My husband and I have 3 daughters. I listed 3 until you gave the instruction living or dead. And I had to mark through the 3 and put 2. And so my 24-year-old daughter on 9/22/22 chose her exit. And it could have been yesterday.
Yeah.
Or 10 million years. And I was so disappointed in myself on the days when I couldn't say, I'm grateful for Lana's death, because you trained me to be able to do that. I'm grateful for her death and to live in this body that absorbed the trauma of it.
Yeah.
Has been dismissed by many. But the only reason I'm not dead from infection and my heart literally stopping, I cried so much, I depleted the magnesium and potassium in my body.
Oh, honey.
And so I have fallen for 2 years until one doctor figured it out. But I got this body here. And not long after she left, you had a school, and I requested a 3rd scholarship because you'd given me 2. I worked in the Texas prison system, and I took your work into groups of grown men and helped them be free. So I work in evidence. I work improve. And so I would walk around my house and beg my daughter, tell me where you are. Tell me how it works, please. I needed to know she was alive because you trained me to know that she is. And so 2 people asked me to partner with them. I'm not sure I'm capable in this moment. At one point, I was very refined in facilitating. But I got my body here because I thought that I've got to get there before either Katie dies or I do. And we made it.
God, I love a good race.
We made it. We did it.
Your question again?
I don't know. My question is this. What I know about heaven and what I know about where my daughter is real. And I believe it's for me to tell you. And perhaps these people aren't ready to hear it. I don't know if that's true, but I have evidence, Katie. I'm very present. I'm very lucid. I've proven it out. She has shown me where she is.
And I would imagine that she wants you to join her, and we don't have to, the body doesn't have to die for us to do that. I mean, this is heaven. Other than what we're thinking and believing, this is it. I mean, prior to this moment now, do you have any proof you exist other than your family says so, you know, other people say so, it validates, but to your own mind. You know, what I can tell you is heaven is, or try it on. Heaven is not a place. There's nothing that isn't. Other than what we're thinking and believing, that trance, it keeps us from that awareness. And I wouldn't be sitting in this chair if it weren't my experience. Other than what I'm thinking and believing. I mean, if your daughter's in the bedroom and you're in the kitchen, you're just believing she's in the bedroom. For all you know, she was already dead. But no, you were just happy in the kitchen. So the moment you believe she's dead, which she can never be because she lives in you, you believe she's in the bedroom, that's her living in you. You know, other than what you're thinking and believing, nothing has changed, my darling. This is not, if this is a radical idea, I just invite you to catch up, and that's what I'm doing in this chair, in our time together. Nothing has to happen for you to join her. You know, she's in you, and now she's in us. Now she's in us. And just smart enough not trying to escape or be put somewhere else. She's in us now. If she can't rest in you, what rest, you know, that has nothing to do with her. That has to do with you. To join her in our time together, we're entering heaven, which is right here, right now. Heaven meaning a place where there's no suffering, there's no meanness, malice, other than what individually, put it this way, other than what I'm thinking and believing, there's only one human being in this world that needs a little help. And I'm sitting in it.
I requested to attend a third school, and it didn't happen. The scholarship didn't come.
Oh, how do you spell damn? D-A-M? Huh? Or E-D? Huh? D-A-M-N.
And so I don't know at which school I purchased the DVD, but I thought, what did Katie teach me? I can close my eyes and see Katie, but wait, I have a DVD. I can't get to her. Yes, you can. So my mind, the work is alive in me. And so I put that DVD in my television, and I watched it over and over and over again, day after day after day. While I crawled across my house, I wasn't able to stand. And I am rebuilding. And where I go from here, I'm not sure.
You know, it's what I'm hearing from you, your daughter died, and so did you. You know, it's like two of you, only you're the one walking around, you're the walking death. And it's, you know, you resurrect and you join her. Resurrection for me means the awareness that there's no downside for this world, that actually, so I'll do this one again. Bring your attention to, if you died today and found yourself in heaven, where there's no pain, there's no suffering, it's beautiful. There's no hunger, no thirst. There's just love. If you died and found yourself in heaven, that heaven, there's only one little flaw. You died and went to heaven. The flaw is what you were thinking and believing in earth, you believed in heaven. So where would you be? Here. How many of you didn't quite get that? Okay, so if you died and went to heaven, where there's no sickness, no illness, no pain, no suffering, if you died and went to heaven, but by some fluke, what you believed here in earth, you believed in heaven. Those same thoughts, where would you be? So I'm in heaven, inviting you to heaven. Inviting you to where you already are. We're not born into some kind of hell. My mother said, oh, Byron Kathleen, and I go goo goo gaga. Oh, Byron Kathleen, you were this, you were that, goo 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 gaga, mama, mama. Oh, Byron Katie, you are so adorable. And then there's that moment, I believed. She said, Byron Kathleen, and I looked up at her. There's my sister, my brother, and me, and I look up. And she calls my brother's name. But for some reason, I believed she was talking to me. I believed. Okay, that could be the first moment of birth. That's how I came into the world. Not 1 second prior to that. And that's what this last exercise is about. Questioning identity. And to lose the world isn't a beautiful thing when you wake up into the reality of where we really are, other than what we're thinking and believing. This is what death looks like in heaven. For all of us, those special people, for all of us, other than what we're thinking and believing. This is not a little workshop we're sitting together in. This is an incredible opportunity. You know, the world can, you know what mean people are? Confused. No more, no less. So where is my patience? Where is my understanding? If I believed what they believed, I'd have to say, think, say, feel, and do the same. In this my own peculiar way that just seems to be unlike others. You're mine, and I'm yours. Speaking as the world. You live in me. And I live in you. You understand what that means? And he this and they that and this and that. That's the you that lives in me. That's infection. It's disease. It's nothing more than the ego's struggle to survive as identification as this. Okay. Any questions? Yes, honey. Yes. Baby Ham.
Thank you. I had a question about what you said earlier. I think the sentence was something like, I have a preference for roof over my head, as long as that's the reality. And I think the point was not to argue with reality, even if it counters preferences. What I was curious about, whose preference that is. The body's, personalities, egos, and what's the origin?
Pure ego.
And
it's just that, our preferences, we look for we look for what hurts and what doesn't. Let's say I'm the ugliest little girl on the playground. Okay. My preference is to be like those girls. That's my preference, because they're teasing me and they're excluding me, and I want to be like that. Yes. Did that have anything to do with your question?
It made sense to me, and I wonder, as far as I can tell, you do act on that preference.
Oh, yes. Yes, it's how I react when I believe the thought. Mom, I want those clothes. The other girls have the and everyone has a pair of shoes like that, and I need a pair. I want a pair. Yeah.
When you say it that way, it sounds like something you could let go of. When you say it,
No.
I prefer a roof over my head.
No, I want to be like them, Mihal. My parents can't change my mind. What did change my mind is once they finally did include me, by some grace, it stopped being something that appealed to me. They were meanies, as it turned out. In other words, the way they excluded other people and laughed and teased, hurt, it just...
So it's a preference that didn't feel good.
I just, no, not once I made it into the clan, the clique. I wanted no part of it.
And what about preferences that do feel good?
Grace. What, honey? What happened?
What about preferences that do feel good, like a roof?
Like a roof?
Yeah.
Oh, I would get one if I could. Enlightenment doesn't mean stupid. I want a roof, it's raining. And if I don't have one, I've got this this don't know accommodating mind to the reality of the moment. Gosh, sweetheart, there are roofs everywhere. And there are roofs everywhere. Meaning there are, like in Ojai, there's this arch, there are roofs everywhere. And some trees are thick enough, they're a roof. There are roofs everywhere. And when there's not, there's self-inquiry. I go back to what I brought up earlier in the hospital. They couldn't fix me, no matter what they did. They tried everything and ran out of everything to do, short of that one last thing they didn't want to do, and that was wash out my lungs in a machine that just literally flooded my lungs. And I asked one of my sons if they'd come in, and they said, are you really clear? You may not come out of this room. And it changed nothing. We laughed, we talk about the fam, there was no, it wasn't even a thing. And we weren't avoiding or dismissing, we weren't avoiding or trying to take my mind off of it. I mean, nothing changes when we're not in the future, we're in the present. And there was someone to go into the room with me that wanted to go.
Was there a preference for living or dying at that point?
No. And that's not sacrilege, it's just that I'm in. I'm in.
Do you find it interesting that some of ego's preferences, like roof, seem stupid for you not to act on, but some, like living or dying?
Oh, if you're of right mind here, get a roof. Do everything you can to be comfortable. We don't have to lose everything to get free. Freedom is a state of mind, and the gift of life. The state of mind is catching up with life.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes. Stephen.
Just a little
little addendum to the story of preferences, no preferences. The doctor, when she explained what was going to be happening in this last-ditch procedure, asked Katie, you may die during this, is that okay? Do you have a preference for living or dying? And Katie said, I don't have any. And I stepped in and I told the doctor, I will supply the preference. I would prefer that Katie live. So that's what happened.
The voice from beyond. And honey, gee, thanks.
I just wanted to share like the big aha that I had with my work, the work earlier. That kind of goes a little bit with what we're talking about. So, I had the aha literally right at the end that I don't have anything. We don't have anything. We just experience things right here and now. And it was about a ring, a wedding ring. It's like, I don't have a ring. We turned it around, I don't have a ring. And I'm like, I don't have a ring. And if it's on, I'm experiencing the ring. And then I take it off and put it away, go to bed. I'm not experiencing the ring that moment. But I don't have it. I never did have it. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's like that in life. So for you, when you are not well, it's not that you don't want to be well and not
well. What they thought I wasn't well.
Right. But it's not that you're like, oh, I don't have a preference for being well. Is that you're just experiencing what was, what is in that moment, rather than wanting the past, which is health, or the future, which is health. You're like, it's not here right now, so I will just go with this ride of whatever that is. And the same with like, I don't have a home or I experience a roof. It feels great. Why wouldn't, it doesn't mean you can't have a ring, doesn't mean you can't have a roof. It's like, if you can experience that, go ahead. That's what life's about. It's joy. But if you can't, because you're walking and it's raining, you don't even live here, you can't go inside a house. You're not homeless, but you're like, oh shoot, like I can't experience a roof right now. And it's just the present. It's like, well, maybe you can go to this restaurant and experience the roof there, or you could be like, I guess I'm just gonna be in the rain and experience this. So it was just like, whoa, like it kind of like goes.
It's win-win. Thank you.
And I wanted to share, so maybe some of you get it. But
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. The voice of wisdom. Yeah. Okay, now you have your list. These are valuable. This evening alone, sit in the list and these lists of self-inquiry. And because this event has been shortened to 2.5 days, I'm leaving. There's a lot of homework here. And we'll put you all together in a WhatsApp so you can continue on the other side of our time together. Okay. Gosh, the prerequisite was the school, and so I feel like I'm not pushing too hard, in these 2.5 days to get you up to speed, and your time at home is okay. So. So close your eyes. And just relax as you imagine yourself as just free consciousness, just free of all identity, drifting in space. No desire, no, just noticing, just drifting in space. No home, no identity, just notice. And then imagine yourself looking down on a planet inhabited only by ants. No humans, it's just ants. A world of ants, a planet of ants. And as you witness that world, just begin to drop into and become one of any particular ant that you find yourself focused on, just as though you are that ant. Drop in, be that ant, going where it goes, doing what it does. Now, what must you believe to be that ant? And what must you believe to fit into that ant world? For example, to be that ant, to fit into that world, I must work hard. I must find a mate. And begin to write your list. What must you believe to fit into that world as that ant in that community? To be an ant, I must you believe to be a part of that community, unrecognizable as that ant? And listed like 1, 2, 3, 4 your beliefs, what you must believe too. To live as an ant in the ant world. Continue to be that ant. You've never been there before. You've never been, you've no awareness of these kind of body forms. What must you believe to be a part of that community, to fit in? Notice life in the ant world as you continue to identify as ant. That ant. So what's your experience? Yes.
What I wrote?
Yes.
So, took year 2. Work hard, find a mate, be cooperative, instinctively know what to do, mind my own business, judge no one, live my life, do my thing, just be, listen to my instincts, enjoy the moment, enjoy the ride, enjoy not being in control, enjoy the flow, notice the way of it, not get upset, realize there's nothing to get upset over, not think, give freely, take freely.
You have to be a part of that community. That's how you see the requirements in the end world. Okay. Did you notice, all of you, that that ant didn't feel, smell, taste, think, or even care? How many of you noticed that? One of you that did not notice that, read your list. Who would read your list? Yeah.
I noticed as soon as I became the ant, in the consciousness, it felt heavy, I felt it in my body, like I was carrying something really heavy on me. I don't know what it was. And my list, I must be strong. I must carry my weight. I must do my part. I must keep going. I must participate. I must follow the rules. I must pay attention. I must be on guard. I must work quickly. I must hurry up. I must do what I'm told. I must listen to others. I must be exceptional.
Yeah, so there was no requirement there to feel, smell, taste, think. No need to even care. It's just life. Like when you imagined it at first, it felt you had the feelings, but then in the exercise, what does it take? What would be involved to be a member of that community? That's a great list.
And I have aversion to many of the things on the list.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like in life.
Mm-hmm.
So now look at your list and say to be a part of the human race. It's required to, or let's see, to be a part of the human race. Just turn it around. Before you do that, as that ant, did it feel like a burden? No burden. It was a flow. It was a flow. It's like this exercise for me. It's I'm just following the simple direction. I'm not leading the ants or a follower. I'm doing what is necessary to be a part of that community, the community of ants. And it's like being like a kind of flow, like this beautiful, just maybe branch of a tree, just flowing as that ant in that world. Notice the absence of past and future. Notice it was not hard, it was not difficult, just following the way of it. How many of you noticed, how many of you experienced a flavor of what I just said? Yeah. Good. The job of being humane, goes on as life. This ant exercise is what it's like not to live in a past or future. You know how to live. I mean, even before you knew your name, you knew how to live. You were being cried, you were being moved, you were being breathed, you were being. The job of being human, goes on as life. Notice, was there war in the ant world? Fighting, arguing of any kind? Was there pain or sadness or sorrow of any kind? And have you seen ants? They pick up the dead and take it down into the hole. Give it to the queen or something. Is that what happens? That's
No.
Well, they're just kind of doing maintenance. Just So notice in the ant world, was there any regret or thoughts of past or future at all? It was ageless. It's ageless. So we can live our lives that way. It's possible. And that's what I love, that the practice in this event, as you continue to practice, just self-inquiry, that life becomes a joy, not an effort. Notice you weren't trying to get ahead of the other ants or worried about being behind some of the ants. There was no competition. Just doing your job. You know where this exercise came from? The way I live. I question anything that seems difficult, out of order, understanding that the only thing out of order is this. I'm just doing my job, but it's so hard and it's not fair, and oh my God, I just lost all my money, and oh no. Starting over is humane. It's not something we have to do, or in our everyday life. It's not something we have to do. It's just what we do here. No, I don't want to. Oh God, I work too hard. No, I don't. Like I have to, like I'm in some kind of have to. No, I can starve. The worst can happen is this, or I can just flow. So I'm going to give you a job, okay, and be that ant world as that ant. I invite you in silence just to leave everything where you're sitting now, and in silence go outside and just alone walk into the neighborhood, any direction for let's say 15 minutes in the interest of time, because you have the rest of your life to live in the community of the world. And they don't have to notice or understand it, do you? And walk outside and let mindless flow as that ant, that humane ant being, and witness as you walk. Notice any thoughts, thank them for sharing, get still, continue. And again, back here in 15 minutes. So let's begin. very quickly, just move out into the community. Just very quickly. Those of you outside, leave the doorway open for the people behind you. What did you become aware of? What was your experience? Yeah, it really helps the mic runners if you can stand.
What I noticed when I wrote things down, I'm a very serious aunt. I'm very fast, I'm very diligent, and I provide to the colony. So as I was walking, I was thinking, which parts of that aunt do I want to keep, and which ones do I want to incorporate? And so I decided to have play a little bit more than my serious aunt. So that was really interesting.
Oh, gosh, ants don't play. Ants speak not a word, but go straight to their work. Yeah. Nice experience, honey. Thank you. Scott.
I just had a sense of how simple everything was, that there was no ant version of Mosey. That if there was a sign on a house, I don't have time to stop and read it. I gotta keep going. And if I saw somebody else from the class, have your life, I've got to keep hurrying. It was a little White Rabbit-ish from Alice in Wonderland, and there was something. In a way, it reminded me of the early morning experience of naming one thing, like tree, not kind of tree, or not color of tree or anything. And that's what this was like also. It was eliminating so much except movement.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Yeah. Anyone else? Yes.
One thing I noticed when I was walking, I started to go every which direction because I wasn't really paying attention necessarily. But there were no rules to follow. But I had to follow them because I need to stay safe, so I better get on the sidewalk kind of thing. But it just felt very freeing because there were no rules kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
But before walking, I didn't understand what was the hunt. So I didn't know the name. So I was like, something moving and free and peaceful. So after I asked to my colleague, and she said, oh, it's an insect. And I was like, okay. So I had to find food, protect myself. It's very funny when I pass from free and peaceful and okay, so friends and protect myself. And
was a very busy ant.
Yeah. But in the street, it was okay. I was I can protect on the tree but walk and try to find friends.
Yeah.
But free.
Thank you. Thank you. What did you become aware of on the walk? Just being in community.
The first exercise, one of the things that I wrote was the same, I have to protect myself. And then I decided again when I was the same, I went out and I decided I was just going to be an ant. Ants don't think, ants just are. So I started walking as an ant, and everything was so intuitive. Like I would just walk, following that intuition. It was natural. And then I was gonna cross the road, and I saw a car. And it was just like, there was no, I need to protect myself. It was just, okay, that's a car. I'll stop. I'll keep going. And then I also felt that morning meditation walk.
Yeah.
It was like things were new. There was no judgment. And I felt tiny, but it was like a beautiful tiny. It was like I saw that immensity. Yeah. And it was freeing and beautiful.
Thank you. Did you all notice you knew what to do as that ant? You knew what to do. It's just so simple. You know, like coming here today, I knew what to do. Brush your teeth. Shower. Drink the whatever. I know how to get in a car. I don't have to think. I mean, how much of us is already in the end world? We just know what to do. Yes, honey.
When I first did the exercise, I must, what I have to do to be an ant, I just put, the only thing I could come up with was to believe that I was an ant. And then as I was walking, I thought, I don't even have to believe I'm an ant.
Oh, that's so good.
It was great.
Yeah. Yes.
For me too, I think the concept of belonging to things and ownership just dissolved. And so that yard I can't go into, that's their plant, and just that notion of how I separate belonging in the world to ownership fold away. And I am always so intrigued by those early stories when you woke up of having no concept of a house that wasn't your own. And I could feel that antness that just belongs to the world without ownership.
And the world doesn't mind. It can be free and it's okay. And if you're of right mind, there's just no downside to life, even if they lock you up. Because this is what you're in there with. But the ego is so powerful. You know, in our family, there was a recent death. It was the death of my children's father that I was married to for, I think, 14 years. And we had been together since, known each other since like kindergarten in this really small little town. And that's been so many years ago. And he's just not a part of, he's really wrapped up in his life. I'm wrapped up in there's just no part of his life other than our children. And I have been experiencing crying and crying and crying and crying, and I don't know why until I think you, Stephen, said, it's grief. And then when it had a name, and shocking, have nothing to do with his life for decades. And this grief. And it's a blend of that and gratitude, but I'm an ant. I'm not trying to live in community, I am in community. And it doesn't exclude anything. But what will Stephen think if he'll do that, he'll be so hurt? No. He had to name what I was experiencing. I had no idea. We're together in this. So that was beyond what I was, beyond cause I was aware of. And I still don't try to shut it down because I find it respectful without a plan, without meaning to. But to shut it down, I find disrespectful, hiding the emotional. And I don't know when it's going to stop. And it happens again when one of my children show up because they have so many of his physical attributes, and so he's not going away. I'm an ant. I'm an ANT. I'm in community. Without doing war with it, I'm in. What does freedom look like? That, to my experience. Marty?
So when you were experiencing grief, was there associated thoughts that were connected to the crying and the pain? Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Pain is not is my word, not yours.
Zero, Marty. Zero. I didn't even know it was grief. All I knew is it had a right to life.
So there was no thoughts and just this flow of feeling.
Deep. Yeah, shockingly so. I was fascinated.
So what I'm finding that so interesting because I was always associating that feelings followed thoughts.
Yeah, think, feel, act, have.
Yeah.
But I'm an ant.
Okay. So outside of the human condition, there exists feelings without thought.
Oh, heavenly yes.
That changes
I
everything.
I was sobbing without cause. And then Stephen gave me cause, a name for it, and I can call it that, but it's mine. It's not about, there's nothing in my life that, so far, that I want to shut down when it comes to the world of emotions. Yeah. Fascinating. Yes, honey.
As I remember, what I said was that I thought it was grief for your children's grief. I thought it was joining your children in their grief.
Yeah, which then my crying doubled down. Yeah, because that was so correct. It was like, and my children's grieving. Okay, and I don't know. For all I know, it's done. And for all I know, it's not. And for all I know, it could happen here. And for all I know, and what I do know is it has a right to life. But what will people think of me? They'll think I'm crying. Who hasn't shared that? Raj?
So you asked this question when we first dropped into the ant, and you said, did you smell or taste anything? And then it seemed like you pivoted and went in a different direction. But there seemed to me like there's a lot lot there.
A lot.
A lot there. And I don't know if me saying that, if there's anything that prompts you to say something, I can continue with the question from that, unless there's something else you'd like to say with that, without even me asking anything else.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. I have this memory of the first Nobody, and it was in here, and it was at night, and it was raining, and some man stood actually around where I am right now, and he said, wait, so maybe it's like every moment there's an alien consciousness that drops into my body, and it tells me the story of all my past, and I believe it, and that's my reality, and every moment there's a new thing. And you looked at him and you said, I would drop the maybe. And that full circled around, and when you have this, telling us this ant experience and said, did you smell or taste anything? And I'm in my head, its head. It's trying to put these things together, but it feels very connected.
Yeah, thank you, Annie.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't hear a question.
I'll keep thinking about if there's how the question is, what the question is. Thank you.
Thanks, honey. Okay, so yes, sweetie, your experience.
So I don't know if you remember 2 months ago, I told you that I was really perturbed by the fact that you don't cry.
Oh, I don't recall it, but oh my, maybe I cried, maybe I cried for you.
That interestingly feels the way that it was. Like when I heard that you were crying, I was like, she knew she needed to cry. Like I brought it into her awareness. That crying was so necessary.
Yeah, could be. Could be.
I actually started telling people, Katie hasn't cried in a really, really long time. I asked Roxanne, she hasn't cried in a very long time, and I want to be that. And then a week later, you started crying. And
yeah, I was cried. I was cried. Yeah, I'm an ant. I was cried. Yeah. You know, when you, oh God, this may be no harm intended on the human race, but with the ants, you notice, like, if you step on them, they just go around it and keep going. And if you move your foot, they just crawl over and just keep going. And we consider that cruel and unkind and I love to ponder everything. You know, my sadness is there's nothing in this world that you think, say, or do that isn't about you. So you're really you're the only, you know, and test it, you know, you're it. The world is as you believe it to be. So you create it. The ego has created. And every time you fill in a worksheet and you do it, identity falls away. But you don't lose sanity. There's room for sanity. You're leaving room for sanity. And sanity for me it's a word for kindness, caring, connected. So do I need a reason to cry? No, as it turns out. Did we put a reason to it? Yes. And I'm still, you know, the jury's still out in me. All I know is grief, I'll use that term, is how many of you have tried to grieve at a funeral and be sad, but you weren't? Okay, it's how we live our lives. But what is grief? Evidently, I got to experience it. And I think I experienced a lot of it when the work found me, a lot. Yes. You know, the loss of the world.
Hi, Katie.
Hi.
Nice to be here.
Nice to see you, Larry.
Mm-hmm. So this comes full circle of why am I here? I'm still struggling with the grief of the loss of my mother.
Mm-hmm.
It's been about 6 months.
Mm.
And what I'm really struggling with are these images and flashbacks of the last 3 weeks of her life while I was with her in the ICU and the nursing home until she passed.
Oh, honey.
And what I'm hearing from you is, I don't know, I'm trying to not think of those images because they're very disturbing and it leaves me with a very heavy heart, and sometimes in the middle of the night or waking up first thing in the morning or random times during the day while I'm working, and I'm struggling with that. To let the images there and overcome me, but that doesn't feel sane or loving towards me anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to cope with it.
Worksheets. Worksheets, honey. Worksheets on your mom and how you experienced the pain you imagined she was having, because you can't feel her pain. You imagine it, and that's what you feel. So I find grief is all the grief I felt was gratitude for my 3 children. So was it grief or gratitude?
The images feel like it's out of my control. They just pop in out of nowhere, right? And if I believe those images to be true, like your first sentence about remember, and I do believe those images to be true, I don't think it's my imagination, but then I hear you sometimes say the past and the future is an imaginary past and an imaginary future.
Well, you know, it's just my attempt is that we understand that that image in your head is not your mother. And that image in your head of you with your mother is not you. And in my world, it's just unfinished business belonging on a worksheet. And I can say when my mother died, and my sister loved her so much, she just couldn't be with her, living in the same town as she lived in, just couldn't. And that seemed to be the way of it, and in the family. And I can, so there goes my entire schedule, and I just, like you, and I actually even slept with my mother just in case there was any pain, and I had the meds from hospice, and it was a don't miss experience, and not once did I experience sadness, because sadness is all about, oh, she won't be here for me. She won't be here for me. You know, who am I going to call on the phone? Like, you know, she won't be here for me. And even if we have little contact, I know she's there for me. Well, that went out the window, and you know, it's all about me. That's grief. and test it, and test it. And the grief I experienced it, I had no name for, and so it was, as far as I know, it was not, he won't be here for me.
So when I'm hearing you say worksheet, I think this is it's not what you just said of she's not here for me, but it's more she was in pain, she was suffering in the hospital bed, and those are the things to question, that she was in pain,
Yeah,
she was suffering.
that's why I slept with my mother, that same thing. And there's one dying cancer patient, pancreatic cancer patient, that there was no way she could experience pain because I was there 24/7 and loved it. Yeah. What did I love about it? No pain, and in death, no pain. What a bonus. I have a mother that will never experience pain.
Now,
And good on you. Good on you. Good on you, honey. Okay, in the interest of time, imagine yourself. Just close your eyes. So you're in bed asleep. All is well. And then in the morning, before you wake up, your eyes are closed. And as you begin to wake up, and as you slowly become conscious, aware, you begin to realize that you are not in bed at all. In fact, you begin to notice that not only are you not in your bed, but in fact, you are something else and somewhere else that you have no recognition of at all. And then it begins slowly to occur to you that not only are you lost, but you begin to notice that you have found yourself as a mere, tiny, little, jagged speck. That's all there is of you. A mere, tiny, jagged little speck stuck in a vast, unlimited, very dark space. You find yourself in that very dark space without arms, legs, no moving parts, just an odd-shaped speck, unable to move and unable to do anything other than to simply be. In that beingness, you attempt to understand how your reality shifted and to understand how this change occurred, how or why the reality took place. And then you begin to notice that no matter how loud you attempt to scream, no sound comes out. There is no one and nothing to see. There is no one and nothing to see or to hear you. And all of the in all of the universe or universes. There never can be and never will be again. In that situation, you're only able to feel and experience the terror as you realize that you are there, lost forever in the abyss, without end. It's dark, it's forever. So feel into the thoughts that are creating your terror. Feel into the thoughts creating your terror and begin to list your fearful thoughts on a Judge Your Neighbor worksheet now. And number 1, I am terrified because I am lost forever. And then fill in the rest of the worksheet. Anchor in the experience of that speck as you fill in the worksheet. We're looking at what creates your terror.
Judge your neighbor or a belief?
This is actually my experience. And the worksheet is, I give you what I got. Yeah, it was a worksheet. You know, this may seem dramatic, and it's not. Well, it isn't. But I want you to know how you got here and how you remain here.
Do you want us to
imagine being terrified, because in that scenario I wasn't coming up with fear, and then as I went deeper into it, it just continued to feel easeful.
So what I suggest is, I had this experience as well, just imagine yourself as a rock, and you know, just walking out in the desert, and there's a rock, and all of a sudden you are that, and there's no way out. So maybe from as that rock, and do a worksheet with human thoughts trapped as that rock,
Okay.
or in the rock, if that's easy.
So just
for you.
refreshing and stimulating the human thought being trapped as that.
You know, it's let me know what it is when you on the other side.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, the unidentified mind, which is what this this nobody is about. The unidentified mind can take you to some very weird places, and you always come out of it. I mean, the ego can only hold you so long. And then a worksheet, that's the gift of what we see as trouble in paradise. You know, we can live in non-duality. In other words, no downside. Just free. Freedom is our birthright. The opposite is what we're here to question. You have another question? You know, as a rock, you can just be lost forever. No one will, they step on you, if you're lucky, because that's some kind of change. They don't notice you. You know, the oceans rise, they fall. Civilizations live and die, but that rock, that forever. What's not okay about that? And we fill in the worksheet. Yes.
I know.
I'm struggling a little bit because I like everything that you've said about the rock. That's kind of the place I want to be. I want to be free of struggle. And the rock feels free of struggle to me.
The rocks don't struggle.
Yeah, that's why I liked it.
They don't move. They don't breathe. They don't. Nothing.
That all sounds really divine.
Yeah, I can see that, unless you want a night out. I'm not making light of what you're saying. And I love that you're here. I love being here. And you get that. Every night you're sleeping and you're not dreaming, just to take the edge off of not wanting to be here. And I love that this work can support you to love breathing again, and whatever it is.
So you're saying the rock doesn't breathe either?
No.
Oh, it's ceasing to exist.
So
And that's
we're
the terror.
We're taking this. Oh, I'm not worried, I'm good. Okay, so try as a rock forever. And do your best. Do your best, honey. Let's play with this, okay? You do your work, you die, you imagine yourself back into this infant being born. To take care of a little unfinished business. How many times? That's not a very, that's a scenario that would lead you into something that I don't mean. You know, as a rock, we can just get comfortable, but as a human being, we like to move around. And this is, okay, you might imagine yourself as being paralyzed from head to toe, unable to speak. There, okay, good. Okay.
I understand what you mean literally.
Yeah.
I spoke earlier about magnesium, potassium.
Mm-hmm.
The limbic system in the brain is for fight or flight. The frontal lobe is for self-soothing. I had nothing in my chemistry. So when I woke, I was terror.
Yes.
I was the nightmare. And the only relief was to shut me off. It wasn't suicidal ideation. It was a wish not to be. I know that terror.
So that's, go to the center of that, even though you know it well. Do it on the worksheet, sweetie. Good one. Excellent. Excellent. Those of you that haven't completed your worksheets, focus on that, even though there's something like this going on.
Okay, I have a way of thinking about the human experience. The idea that the only thing we need to do is be. And I will often think of that in terms of what a flower does. So a flower comes from the ground, and there's a seed, and it's watered and fed, and then it grows, and then it flowers, and then the flowers fall off, and then it could be trampled on, and then it gets more sun and water and food, and it comes back up, and it just does flower things, because that's all the flower can do is flower things.
It's an ant.
Is this the same? This is my question. Is this the same? Is this what you're saying? A rock can do rock things, and all the human can do is human things. But there's a place in our mind that says I should be something. There should be something else, or I should be mean something. It should mean something. I don't know. Yeah. So that's my question. Is that the same as what you're saying here?
Is what the same as is what the same?
The idea that the flower just does flower things and the human just does human things. There isn't anything else to do.
Here's the thing, Kat. This exercise is about understanding the cause of fear and how to end it, no matter what conditions, because there'll be life and death and sickness and disease and children and medical bills and all of this that can just add up, and just physical things that happen, medical situations. And it is my hope that this exercise, every exercise we do here, but that this exercise wakes you up to the cause of your fear, which, if we look at how practical, it's like I have rolling veins. They call hidden veins, rolling veins, and I've got, how many of those are scheduled? What? Twice a week for 10 weeks. They're gonna IV for intravenous. Anyway, and I'm going to watch them as usual. Well, let's try it here. Let's try it there. Well, let's try between her toes. Let's try. And I'm in. Physical pain is either remembered or anticipated. And it is my hope that, and it is my hope that this exercise and every exercise here will show you the cause of your suffering, because when you're awake to it, it shifts. You can have rolling hidden veins. There's just no downside. No downside. And then I watched what do they call, the phlebotomist? She's got a problem, or he has the problem. I don't. So I can be a really good patient. A patient.
I think in not the same words, that is the same as what I'm saying. Because what I'm saying is, yeah, things just are as they are. We're organic beings. Life just is what it is. There isn't anything else.
Life is as we believe it to be. It can never be more or less. Life is as we believe it to be. It can never be more or less. And life includes like pain and loss and gain and flowers. Yeah. Flowers. They don't mind if we just whack them and bring them in and forget that they've sucked up all the water and they're wilting. Yeah, they don't complain. Yeah, and I'd love that for you. You know why? Because it gives room for wisdom to live and sane choices. That's the absence of worry, and worry is a term for suffering. Suffering's a term for worry. How many of you need more time to fill in your worksheets? Okay, so is there anyone here that has not filled in a worksheet other than just this one gentleman? Okay, so I invite you to to find an experienced partner like you two, even though you've been, like, don't partner with someone that has really good time in these worksheets, really experienced facilitator. I don't know how you'd recognize, but someone other than can look like, yeah, how you doing? It can feel like that immovable present. Just so raise your hand, someone that really, yeah, boy, you're good company there. Okay, and you, sweetie? Okay. Okay, so the exercise is to find a partner and determine where you're going to meet, and then go to lunch and facilitate your partner for 45 minutes on your worksheet. And then your partner facilitates you for 45 minutes. And so you'll find your partner here, and you'll go to lunch on your own or with your whatever you you'll go to lunch, and then determine where you're going to meet after lunch. How was lunch? Are you crazy? God, we're all about the present. Get out of there. What lunch? You mean that lunch? I would question that. In Earth School, it's like love requires the enlightened mind, in my experience, not to be more or less, but to live in the center. I don't care if this world is real or not. Do I love it? Do I love it? And if I don't, do I have 4 questions for me? Do I understand it? That's another kind of word for love, understanding. I love to say understanding is the power. No human being is wiser than any other. It's just some of us have a little more, for example, the inquiry in us, an open mind. You know, I'm describing love. You know, it goes beyond tolerance, it's understanding. You know, those dictators in the world, if I believed what they believed, I'd have to be the same. Yeah, but, yeah, go for it. You know, that'll create another war. First in you, and then lived in the world with our families, with the people we love, and wouldn't hurt for anything other than I'm right and you're wrong. Stephen, for example, yesterday I didn't want to bring this up, but it feels better not to hide in front of people we care about. I mean, you can laugh, but you weren't there yesterday. You really hurt my feelings. You really hurt my feelings.
I really hurt your feelings. Is it true?
Don't use that kind of crap on me. I mean, that's hitting below the belt. When you said what you said, it really hurt. It really hurt. It hurt when you said, do. I don't like it, and I'm going to my room. I'm closing the door, and don't even try, okay? So far? Okay. So, who started the war? Was it me or him? Who continued the war? Was it me or him? How can I justify war? And as long as I can justify war, then what judgment can I hold on world leaders, on my next door neighbors, on my children's friends' parents, etc., etc., etc.? Now here's what I love. That apparent argument that we just witnessed. Was I attacking Stephen? How many of you say yes? Whoa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll ask it again. How many of you witnessed me as attacking Stephen? Okay, that was easier to answer. Some of you were just too damned enlightened to hang out with the rest of us. Okay. So, Stephen's there, and I'm attacking the Stephen from yesterday. So is he guilty or innocent? And by the way, he did it, okay? No, he didn't. But I'm attacking the Stephen from yesterday. I'm not attacking this man. Did you all see the Stephen of yesterday? Whether you saw him as guilty or innocent, was the Stephen of yesterday in your mind's eye. So am I angry at this object? Or a figment of my imagination? This is so valuable. Any questions?
What advice would you have for someone in Stephen's position?
Not to speak to him for several days. No, what advice would, or not to speak to me for several days?
To be
No,
in
what
his...
advice would, okay, I would say, I'd say, sweetheart, no matter how I attack you, ever, don't believe me. I'm crazed. I'm crazy. I'm crazy. I'm crazy. And thank you for hanging in.
Yeah. So I'm hearing, and I guess it's hard because you're the one giving advice as the crazy person to, or the attacker to him in the situation, but in just a general situation, if you're the one that someone's attacking you for something from the version of you yesterday.
Then are they attacking me?
Right.
Or are they just totally egoed, insane? Yeah. And how can I blame them if that's the case?
Right.
All of Earth is imagined. This experience is imagined. It's opportunity where this isn't true, but if anything's truer, like lost in space.
patience, I'm hearing, is probably the best bet.
I mean, I didn't hear that, I could use it.
Thank you.
And what was it again?
Oh, in terms of the situation, someone kind of coming at you for something that happened in the past that they're not letting go of, instead of, I mean, it's just kind of letting that person have their experience and being patient is what I'm kind of hearing, is you're either tolerating it or not.
And better than patience, if you want to up that, better than patience to listen closely, they could be right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when people come at me, you know, they could be right. But if I'm busy, my ego, my mouth attacking, then I'm not a good listener. I'm out of touch. The defensive identity, I am right. I am right that you are wrong. Oh, honey, the end of war, once we realize, you know, and I might say, Stephen, yesterday when you said what you said, it really hurt my feelings. And he can defend or not. Let's say he remembered and he could defend or not, but I don't know, that's an interesting question. Ask it again.
I think I'm understanding, just from the perspective of when someone's attacking you based on something that happened in the past, like they're attacking the past version of you or Stephen in this case.
I don't correct them.
Yeah.
I don't defend.
I think that's the mistake that I keep making, is I let my ego get hooked, and then I want to defend, and then we're both there.
Yeah. But there's a reason I don't defend. As I listen, whether it's my experience of having done it or not, as I listen, I can hear their hurt, their pain, their confusion. And it doesn't matter if it's in my name or someone else's. That's suffering. That's suffering. And the absence of defense is, the experience in that is compassion. I mean, that's watch out for, you know, high blood pressure, heart attack, whatever, you know, or divorce. Yeah. And our children learn the same. They learn not to listen if we're poor listeners. So as parents or grandparents or just people in the world. It's not necessary we have children or spouses or partners to feel the way we do and to attack wrong in the name of right. But it leaves us clearer it leaves us in the absence of defense. We can just state our case. And then people will do war with it or not. I don't expect people to understand.
Thank you, Kate.
Mm-hmm. Yes?
I have an experience like that. I have my life before Katie, and after there's clear line. And so last time I went to your 9-day school was about 15 years ago, or at least 10 years ago.
Good times.
It was great times.
Yeah.
So my experience with my father and I owned a business together, and well, I grew up in his machine shop, and we made a bunch of money together, but we ended the company because we were fighting all the time towards the end, so we sold it and retired. But there was and he stole a bunch of money out of the company, and I just thought he was horrible, and he thought I was horrible. And there was a time where I'm like, I want to fix this. And so I went over to his house, fully trained by Byron Katie, just completely blissed out. I'm not. And there was, so I knock on the door. He's like, coming in. Before I even am in the house taking my shoes off, he's probably as far as you are, and he looks over at me, he's on the couch, and he's like, you ruined my life. And the old me would have been like, no, you ruined my life. And we would have just, I would have left. It would have been an explosion, I would have left. But instead I said, really? Can you tell me more about that? What are you thinking? And he said, well, when you were 18 and you were working for me, and I was like, 18? I mean, at the time I was like 35 or something. And you did this thing when you were working for me and you made this mistake with one of my customers and I ended up losing my whole business. Total different reality than mine. And I said, okay, so how did I do that? And he went into this elaborate story, and I said, I really don't remember that way. But if that happened, you're right. I completely messed up your life. Yeah. And I'm really sorry. I don't remember it that way. But if that really happened like that, you're right. Because I had this, what I had learned from you was there's a piece in there. Even if I don't see it, there's a piece of reality in there for him that maybe I don't see, but there is a piece of reality. So and it wasn't me faking it. It was like, yeah, I totally agree. I'm really sorry. And I said, you know, we're both really lucky. We're rich. We sold this big business that we grew together, and we both made a ton of mistakes. Why don't we just start over right now? Like, fresh. And he looked at me and he said, okay. And then he said, you know, your hair looks great. And I'm like, he's like, do you want a glass of wine? And we ended up having a great evening. And we reconnected with all the tools that I learned from you, which was life-changing stuff. And we completely repaired our relationship to where we were he died a week later. Aww. And we fixed all of that animosity that we had for years. And so, thank you.
And if people die before you have opportunity to make amends, you know, do your work, make amends, whether they're dead or alive, you know, your worksheets, your living turnarounds, then you can make it right with the rest of the people in your life. And it shifts everything. You know, it's, you know, when this shifts, life shifts. But why was I so angry with Stephen? You know, it's so vivid. Didn't you see him yesterday? I mean, didn't you see me yesterday? In your mind's eye? Okay. What did you become aware of sitting with your partner in this last exercise? Yeah, Larry?
This is pretty amazing, actually, because it ties into what I said earlier. So my statement was, existence doesn't allow me to live, love, and laugh. And then doing the work on it, came to the realization that existence does allow me to live, love, and laugh in any possible situation. And I took up the scenario of the images that I talked about of Mom's dying process, and was able to see how that is an opportunity existence is giving me to love her in those images.
Yeah.
That was mind-blowing, because instead of looking at that as trauma, I'm looking at it as love bombs coming in over and over and over again. And instead of saying I want to suppress those images, I'm like, bring them on, man. Bring those images on, because it allows me to love my mother every time I see it, and remind myself how much she loved me every time those images come.
Yeah.
That was massive. My partner helped me just hold that space. It was just-
I love that. It's like all those memories you have that brought sorrow, those very same memories allow you to see now what you saw then that your ego was overriding, and there goes the confusion, and there's reality. And it's lasting. Those images we want to get rid of, we welcome. And I love that that all of you understand that, the way what you're thinking and believing in the world, that you have a way of shifting that, and you remember Larry. If he can do it, we can do it. I mean, that was his mother's death. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Oop. Mm-hmm.
I want to add to that real quick.
Mm-hmm.
I like that shift you made is so huge. And I just wanted to add, because with my father, he and I fighting, and he stole millions from me out of the company because he thought it was his money for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
And there was some reality to that. But then also I went through a divorce, and I had the main thing was with my father. And in the end, all of that brought me to Byron Katie, because I was suffering so bad.
Mm.
And in the end, I could do nothing but love him and thank him for the pain. Because without all of that, I wouldn't have found this.
Yeah.
And my life completely changed after that. I thought I was great in business before, but when you come to what you're learning, the hardest things are your gift, and you get here and you learn this. My business skyrocketed, like into the billions, because you can approach it from a totally different perspective. And so I was so happy to hear that shift, because that's the shift I had that changed everything. It's like, oh, all of this was for me. I couldn't be who I am now and coach the people I coach now and help them the way I do without that pain. So that was really cool to hear that shift.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There are no enemies in the world. What we're thinking and believing about people would lead us to believe so. I'm not saying they didn't do what they did and say what they said. It's just what was I thinking and believing? What was I saying and doing? And I can't change it, as long as the ego can justify it. In fact, how dare they? How has the work affected your experience over lunch? What are you noticing? What did you become aware of? Your footsteps? The ground holding you? It doesn't say, "You're too heavy, get off of me, you didn't thank me." So, anyone have a banana in their bag?
Right by your flowers.
Oh my goodness, it's magic. Really? Okay. This is a banana. How many of you believe this is a banana? Oh, jeez, where have you been? Okay. Where's your proof? What can you do with this banana? Make a list. It's a banana, we've all agreed. What can you do with a banana, with this banana, okay? For example, peel it, stroke it, eat it, throw it. What can you do with this banana? Squeeze it, break it in half. What can you do with this banana? Notice your earliest memory of a banana. What can you do with this banana? Did your mom make banana nut bread? Have you? Banana split. What can you do with this banana? be sure you have a minimum of 5 examples. At least 5. Yeah. Okay. So read out loud to someone sitting next to you and your list, and then listen as your partner reads their list of what they can do with this banana. Okay.
Feel it. You just look at it, plug a hole in it, wear it like a mustache. Red dress, but baby food, make a smoothie, make handlebars for your bicycle.
Okay. So, blessings. Just pointing out what already is. So it's a banana. This is a banana. Is it true? Don't know. I can feel it, and it looks like it. Okay. It's possible to see this. It's possible to see this banana. Is it true? Notice your list. You have to see those before you can see this. And know what it is, have a name for it. There'd be no way to see this if you, without seeing those images of the past, and even the color yellow, and even the brown spots and lines. And you see it in your mind's eye, and but it's impossible to see this one. You see this one? That's over. 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 Just when you need a little music. Yeah. It's good. You can peel this banana. Where's your proof? So staff, write that down for the next curriculum. There's no way you could even see this. Like a little child can't see it. You can only see, not this, the bananas on your list. In your mind's eye, this one right here, right now. Understand? You have to believe it before you can see it. Before you know what yellow is, before you know what banana is, before you... Someone had a question? Yeah, Marty.
Are you saying that you're only...
You have to believe it to see it.
And what we're looking at is the past.
Yes. And you have to believe in that to believe in this. Keep asking, Marty, because I see you all as, you've all done a school, and inquiry is a part of your life, so it's very difficult for me to say what I'm experiencing you're already aware of in your own way. And so, Marty?
Well, what it's reminding me of is, I remember walking down the street and just seeing a person, and it was just this vague thing. And then, as I got closer, it reminded me of someone that I know, and I saw that person, and then as I got closer, it wasn't even that. So I'm continually projecting onto what's in front of me what I'm seeing, and I think that it's real at the point. So you ask, is that a banana? I say yes, but if you ask me to stop and look at it, really, I'm seeing what I think I saw, and then putting it on that, and as I get closer, it could be something else. But it's happening so quickly that I think I'm seeing reality. It's wild.
It is, sweetie, and this banana, this may sound weird, but this banana isn't that banana. Yeah. Without a past, this is the one and only, and I think my point is, it's so exciting, a life of inquiry. It's like you know, but you don't know. It's what the Buddhists refer to as the don't know mind. It's like the whole world agrees in whatever language it's a banana. But the inquiring mind sees it, it's aware of, this is this is earth, this is heaven. It's gift giving without opposite. But what we're thinking and believing, it's kind of weird. It's the mind, identity, like my mother said, Byron Kathleen, and I said, goo goo gaga, wet my pants and was happily satisfied without knowing it. Byron Kathleen, I turned, she's looking at me. But I'm not identified yet. It's pretty scary because the voice is different than I'm used to. And then there's that moment, I believe. There's that moment, I believe. And that's required here in Earth. To be here. It's required to be here. Meaning to imagine ourselves here. Byron Kathleen, it's like, why did you do that? And without a past, I don't even know what that is. But I know it's, she's upset and she's looking at me, and that's trauma. So it's like we're born into trauma, for example. And it doesn't have to look like that. They go, oh, Byron Kathleen, you are so cute. And I'm going goo goo gaga, and I pee my pants, and it's good. But it has nothing to do with, oh, you're so cute. And then I spill the water, and Byron Kathleen, I said, whoa. See how confusing? How do I be here? What is good? What is, where am I guilty? I take on the personality of pleasing that parent or these siblings or the next door neighbor children that won't play with me. I conform or whatever to get along. So without a past, is it possible to even know what this is? So with enough self-inquiry, just peeling a banana is magical, and the smell, and it goes beyond taking it for granted. It's just presence. Remember, we started our time together with presence. So I'm present, I'm sitting here, I'm present. Presence. Just being, just not taking life for granted. Understanding. I created it. I meaning it's a happening, this coming into existence, this coming into this apparent world has what I refer to as Earth School. My mom says, what is this? Banana. Okay. I'm not connecting it, but whatever it was, I got it right and she's pleased. Whoa, that's working for me. Etc., etc., etc. I spilled the milk. Byron Kathleen is like, am I guilty or innocent?
one of my earliest memories is the banana that you're talking about, or a banana. Sitting in a high chair, the exact story. Joe, already identified, that's a banana. I take it and oh my God, all the things on my list. Yeah, throwing it, squeezing it, tasting it, smelling it, and not aware there is somebody else there. Just here. And then getting it slapped out of my hand, a whole different thing happening. And what I notice is, like, that was the beginning of life in some way, having a life. And I just want to stay with those five senses and hear good, feels good. I was enjoying it. And then all the other shit happened, right? And it's there. It exists. It's there. They both happen. My question is, yeah. My question is, I feel this resistance to enjoying the slap, right? Enjoying the squeeze and taste just did it, right? But I'm resisting appreciating that slap.
Yeah.
What the fuck do I do with that?
God, you know, my head goes, give up the banana. But no, what do you do with that? You know, it's trauma. It's like you have no idea what you did. It's like in your world, for no reason, you were slapped. It's like this meteor coming into your world, and you're lost. You're lost. You don't know why. You don't know what. And it's scary. It's really scary because already you don't know where it came from, but it could happen again. And not knowing why or what, or it becomes a dangerous word. See, you're born into trauma. And don't believe me when I say born into trauma. This is all about you getting in touch with what is true for you. But the first die in my world is traumatic. Let's see if that's true. No, because I was saying mama, that with no meaning. I was mama. Oh, yay! And whoa. Mama. Oh, she said mama. Mama. And then, you know, throw in the next word and the next word. And then you say a word that's no. No, boy, this world is so confusing.
Yeah.
And then we become one. The judge and jury and punishment. Yeah. I have a picture of Roxanne when she was little on her birthday, and she's in a high chair, and she's cute, and she's got this cake, and this chocolate cake, and it's in her hair and all over her face, and she's just having the little time of her life, and just watching her like you with that banana and not interrupting her, and all of us laughing, and then it's as though she connected with her somehow, maybe, and that smile and just just a little, a onesie, a 1-year-old. Yeah. Okay, so this banana this is yours. Who can catch this? Honey, would you? Yeah, okay, if you take that down to him, please, or meet in the middle.
I'll come get it.
Gosh. Okay, so.
Thank you.
Thank you for your experience and feedback. So, you cannot see this. You can only see the pins of the past. It's impossible to see this now. Now is a word for as close as we can get. Now is an idea. Any questions about that? Yes. You raise your hand, honey, or stand up so we can.
This may sound funny, but are there things around us then that are there but we can't see them because of the like?
You cannot see them. And don't believe me.
But do you know what I mean? Like, are there like things around us that we can't see because of either like the dimension we're in or the like vibration we're in, or I don't know what to call it, but like
We believed ourselves in, and we didn't do it on purpose.
No.
Yeah. But believing us in is just believing.
But it's like earlier you talked about, it's like there's two realities happening at the same time. Because there's, like, logically I can follow that there is this, like, I don't exist. Like, I can logically...
It's an idea to ponder.
Understand that. But at the same time, I very much exist.
Did you just say I very much exist?
Well, see, in one reality, yes, I did. But then in the other reality,
Well,
no, I didn't.
one's not reality and the other one isn't either. But you know, here in our school, honey, these are valid questions, and we're living as authentic a life as we can, and trying to get it right, and I think kindness and understanding as close as we can ever get to that, because that's the nature we're born out of, but we're going, you know, beyond even that, because trees and flowers and you know, they've already got this down.
So did I create this? Am I creating this right now as it's happening?
Yes.
Have I created you?
Yes. You know, if there are like 100 of us here, there are 100 different Byron Katie's sitting here.
Right, I can understand that as a concept in terms of you are who I believe you to be.
And so is everyone and everything else, like the banana.
But am I creating you as even a concept?
I'm who you believe me to be, so who you believe me to be, so yes, but that's taking credit for a lot. You're coming out of nothing and nowhere. Remember the banana, you cannot see it without the bananas of the past in your mind's eye. Same with everything. And oh, sweetie, don't believe me. You know, this is what our time together is about.
No, it's so funny because when I'm not in front of you, like, I think of like 5 million things I could ask you, or I would like say to you. I don't know if anyone else has this experience. Like I'm rereading that Christine book, and it's like every sentence, literally, I could like hang on it and like, oh, I could ask her 5 questions just about one sentence. Like I just reread the part about the My Lady. I'm like, oh, I could ask 5 million questions about this. Then I'm in front of you, and it's like, it just like,
yeah, she was
like, shut down.
Yeah, she was my banana.
Was she that? Okay, so that was going to be my next question.
And still is. Yeah. I could see her, but I could not see her.
Uh-huh.
And none of my family members could see her.
Right.
But I could see her as long as I stayed in what was given. This incredible gifting, this gift. And it held me because I couldn't, it's as though I couldn't bear the absence of her guidance in my life. And her guidance was no more or less than, I talk about the look. It was no more or less than about that.
So you created her?
Not intentionally. Just like the rest of us, not intentionally. I just needed divine help.
Divine help, did you say?
Yeah.
What do you think of
divine help? And that's how I see you, divine help. That's how I see you.
So do we all exist at the same time, all in our own universe, and we're all projecting our own universe at the same time, like a fractal, and it's like we're all overlapping?
There's no other.
Are you saying that because at the root of it all, there's just one source?
This...
Like that whole we're all one sort of thing?
Let's put it in your camp, okay? The world and the people in it, it's as you believe it to be.
Yes.
Done. And if you find the world unacceptable, then that's what self-inquiry is about. And you're living in me, it's personal. It's like, you're mine, nothing you can do about it, you belong to me, you are my world, done. So if I don't love my world, then I've got a little work to do. You live in me, for better or for worse.
But that's how I feel about you. So then are we both living in our own realities, just like all separate, but...
Only you can answer that. You're in my world. I can put the questions out, I can ask, and I can,
Do you like modify how
Ultimately, it's your world. And I love you, get free, because you're in my world. You are my world.
Like, when you speak, do you censor how you speak? Like, because you have to live in this reality that we call, like, do you...
We can question our way out of it, which shows us that there's no reality to escape from.
But you spoke about how, like, in the beginning, you were, like, you had the experience of being the rock, for example, and you had all these sort of fantastical
trapped
yeah.
in a rock forever.
And then coming into this place of understanding. I mean, obviously we're all here to get answers or understanding from like you, who I'll only speak for myself, is like a guru sort of person. And I can see a lot of that people respect you and look up to you. And
oh, sweetie, you're my world. And I love it. Why do I love it? Because you're in me. You understand what I mean when I say you're in me? You are who I believe you to be. That makes you mine. It doesn't have to affect you. You're mine. That's an intimate experience. That is something you take very good care of and respect and honor. And listen to, not just ho-hum listening, but connected. It's personal. Yeah, and all of us here, we're the human race. We're not special people.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
In 2010, when I came to my first No Body, I had an experience where I was sitting on the stage and you came onto the stage and startled me. And as I turned around, there was no chance for the mind to come in. And in that experience, I saw through your eyes to a place of pure love.
Mm-hmm.
No thing. And the feeling was like, wow. And as the mind came in, it startled me. And then I came back to see your physical body. So is that what you're speaking of? If I didn't identify with the mind, if I didn't believe you back into,
Yeah, the ego took it over.
The ego
Short
took it over.
version. The ego took it over. It's like, oops, whoa. You know,
So if there were no ego in place,
control of identity.
if there were absolutely no ego in place, like I believe you experience,
Which is what I hear you describing.
how would I If there were no ego in play, how would I interact with, how are you interacting with us?
I love, you're in me. I mean, it would be ridiculous not to self-care.
Hmm.
And again, it's not just us, it's everyone and everything in this world we call Earth. I refer to as Earth School. You know, it's what those Judge Your Neighbor worksheets are about. You cannot harm another human being without experiencing guilt. And I don't know about sociopaths or psycho, or yeah, I can't speak to that because I don't have experience. But what I have experienced is it's no different. I understand. I mean, let's say there's a sociopath that's doing terrible harm in the world. Terrible, terrible, terrible harm in the world. When we look at world peace, what is my business? Where am I? Where am I causing world? Where am I causing the end of? What is causing the end of world peace? My world, and that's what I take care of. That's what I take care of. Is that understandable? Did I address that? I addressed it. Was it understandable? You know, everyone is welcome here in my world. There's nothing that isn't welcome in my world. It's either that or I live in a world of rejection. And it doesn't mean I agree with what people think they feel and do in the world, but I certainly understand it. Any of you that have ever been angry with someone you love understand what I'm saying.
Hi, Katie.
Hi, Lisa.
A few minutes ago, you held up a pen and you said that we can't see that pen.
No,
That
it's
it's
impossible. Yeah, it's impossible. Yeah. Are you remembering?
Yeah, I'm guilty of that.
Yeah.
So my question...
But you have to be remembering to know what this is. That's what's meant by life is an illusion. We're not here. We're believing ourselves into identity. That just doesn't make it so. And don't take away anything here that I say until you understand it. Yeah, it's impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible.
And so may I clarify, is it impossible because it doesn't exist, or because this pen is biased by all our past images of pens?
Okay, let's see if I understand your question. I understand the answer to what I imagine your question is, because it's not an if, and it's for you to test. If you're a little child and your mom or dad or siblings saying, "This is a pen," it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't. It doesn't, you don't have a meaning for it if you've never seen one before. If they say it's a pen, and you still don't know what it is, and they hide it, and they say, "What is this?" You can mimic, you can say it's a pen. Familiar? We hear what people say, it's not our experience, but we pass it on. Yeah. So you're gonna say, "Yeah, that's a pen," but it's still not gonna hold any meaning for you other than you've seen it before. Okay. So then someone says, "Would you hand me the pen over there?" You look over there and you know what they're talking about, and you hand it to them.
Okay. So what I'm taking from this is...
But all of that, I mean, is the past not present. We cannot see this if we had not seen in the past something to write with in the color white. So we're imagining that this pen, you know, that I can write with it, and I'm a don't know. So, and this is important. I really don't. I really don't. That is the most that don't know mind is the most exciting, exhilarating thing to wake up to and go to sleep with and to live with. It's fresh, without history, and it doesn't mean you can't function in the world. You can live like a secret, so you don't upset people. You know, you don't go the, it's like when you hand me the pen, well, it really doesn't exist. You know, and you think I'm handing it to you? No, as you hand it to them. It's not user-friendly. This is a dream. I have an expression. It's like, don't wake the baby. It's war. Yes, honey. This doesn't exist, you know, lock her up.
If the pen was burning your hand, wouldn't you drop it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, my ego really wants to prove to you that pain can be happening right now.
Oh, absolutely. Pain is remembered or anticipated. Freedom doesn't mean crazy. Freedom is, doesn't mean crazy. But there's a difference. Before, if it were hot, too hot to hold, like searing hot, like, oh my God, who did that to me? Who did that? That was a trick. Who did that to my brother, my sister? Who did that? Okay? So with inquiry, I pick it up, it burns, and it's like, done.
What if it's in your
Maybe
body
a
and you
little
can't?
ointment and what if
So my main question is how do you deal with the pain that feels like you can't escape it? It's in your body, you can't drop it.
in this modern world we have great medicine and doctors and things like that. Now that's wise. Okay, that's wise. And at the same time, you can't identify pain. It's either remembered or anticipated. And so pain can keep you in self-inquiry just to test what you're hearing now. This is what's meant by life as a dream. We imagined ourselves here. And it's a privilege.
This might be for me to figure out on my own, but I would love more support around like befriending the pain.
You know,
with inquiry.
All I know, you know, I described the IVs and these veins, and I'm watching. Occasionally, they have a problem with it, and usually they don't. They're used to it. but occasionally they have a problem with having to go in so many times. And I forgot your question.
Do you have any guidance for using inquiry to?
I know that pain doesn't exist. It's an illusion. And you can test it. You do judge your neighbor, write it down. If, fill in these worksheets, sit in it, and you'll just automatically begin to notice your life gets kinder. You're more awake. You're more aware to what I love our time together here, so we can become more aware of the things that we discuss in our time together. But pain can't, honey, do your work, and you'll discover the same thing, and you don't need to look forward to it. It's something that will just happen on its own, like a worksheet a day keeps crazy away. Yeah, gosh, this gift of
thank you.
Yeah, there's nothing that isn't remembered or anticipated. Remember, you believed yourself in. Believing you in is a state of mind. When did you come in? How old were you when you came in? What's your first memory? Remember in school when we did first memory? And second memory? You believed you in. Some of you were 6 years old the moment you were born of mind, of identity. Some of you were like 3 or 4. Some of you as old as 7 and 8 I've seen.
Hi, thank you. I can see how no mind and acknowledging the illusion of a pen or a banana really creates a lot of presence, and that's incredibly valuable in what we're all here to talk about. On the other hand, that illusion also allows you to move through life a lot more effortlessly than you would if you didn't make that assumption. You can break it down.
Without a past, how could you measure that? Without the illusion of a past. It's like your brain is filled with wisdom and experience. You accredit to the past. But who would you be without that story, as I just spun it out there? Aware. Minded.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We love our stories of the past. They're ego-born and can be really exciting. Everything from heaven to hell. Yeah. Yes, honey.
Thank you. So, again, the banana pen. I think this is. Are you saying we can't feel, sense things in the presence, or that we can't identify in the present? I think that you're saying we can't identify in the present an object. But are you also saying we can't
No, you can't
sense
even
or feel?
see it.
Okay.
No.
All right. I still don't get it, but
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. If you were just born and you just didn't know what light was or a pin was, and you're just learning to talk, where'd it go? Would you know what that is?
No.
If
I
you've
don't think
never
so.
seen one before, would you know what it is?
I don't think so.
Okay, and then your parents say, this is a pen, it's a white pen, and you can write with it and leave it alone. You could poke your eye out. You could fall and stab, little fear. And it's a white pen. Just remember that. And it's mommy's, so don't touch it. It's. And then all of that because you didn't know. But the next time you see mommy's pen, I wonder if she's looking. Weird. No. Hopefully she doesn't walk through the door. Yeah, so you know what it is. She gave you what it's all about. And it wasn't your experience, you just held it and it looked safe to you. And she has her version and you have your experience. But don't get caught.
Thank you.
Yeah, so once defined, prior to that you didn't know what it was. That's the point.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Hi.
How are you?
Oh gosh, God, that's such a question. Let's see, how am I? Oh, honey, I was. Oh gosh, how am I? I'll just let you be the judge of that.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Oh, good. I hope that was for me. Yeah.
I wanted to share, last time I was with you, I had a profound insight around first generation thinking, and for me it's less about the inquiry whether the pen exists or not, but in the absence of knowing, in the I don't know space, which I try my best to be in, and you're reminding me of it today, I can see something new for the first time over and over again. And it's almost like this infant-like magical wonder of reliving the first time of seeing a banana. And I think that's what I'm hearing you at least say is, what a world to live in if I got to experience the things that I take for granted, the everyday things that I think I know what they are, as if I didn't know them, and what a magical world to live in for that place.
The absence of suffering, that's joy, laughter, that freedom, and it goes on and on. Gratitude. Yeah, and that's the enlightenment we experience each time we fill in and question it, just to fill in the Judge Your Neighbor worksheet, but to fill it in and sit in it, in self-inquiry. It just strips away identity. We don't even realize it. We just experience a kind of freedom that comes out of it. But it's more than that. It's more than that. It gives us a good life, and it gives us solutions to life, that we can live fearlessly and just back off if it's a little fearful or hurtful, and that's a worksheet, and continue to we all gather here, and I sit in this chair because it's like it's right that I do, because you relate to this freedom, you've got it, and then the ego takes over, So you have the experience of freedom, of happiness, but the world is going to do whatever it takes to cost you that, to bring you to your work in Earth School. It's a way of saying, you know, this is an opportunity to get the job done that we're here to get done. I mean, what good is heaven if you don't know you're in it? God, you know, I had this experience. Gosh, this feels more like hanging out than work. Okay, let's so I had this experience of loss of identity, and found myself in a place so dark and so distant that it was non-existent. It was so distant. I mean, there's a place without definition, and it was terrifying, and I didn't know how I ended up there, and I didn't know how to get back. And it was forever. It was forever and ever and ever, without end. No people, no world, just darkness. And this question, is it true? Just the question brought me back into this apparent world. And this is an illusion. And the gift, and the gift of being nothing, lost forever in total darkness. This is a gift. This is a gift, and I don't leave that place. This is in me wherever I find myself. So you're looking at an apparent fearless state of mind and love. A fearless state of mind is a fearless life. I'm dreaming here from there. And it's a beautiful thing. And when I say, you know, sit in a worksheet, you know, just even if you just fill it in, just one a day, just to fill it in. You know, when you're lost and someone locks you up forever in a cell and you're innocent and they put you in there, you can be free. You can be free. Because freedom is a state of mind, not body. And it's the same, sweetheart, with physical pain. That's not an exception in this world. It's just another opportunity to, you know, have you done your work? have you done your work? And it's not wrong if you haven't. This is a choice that the ego's job is to talk you out of. So just thank you for sharing and fill in the worksheet and have a good day. And then maybe the next day you'll sit in and question maybe 1 and 2. And then maybe the next day you'll move on through the worksheet. And if not, no harm, no foul. This is your life. And life is a state of mind. Mm-hmm.
Hi, Katie.
Hi.
So I was just wondering, when that was the experience when you woke up, like terror at first?
Oh, wait, let me. No, it was laughter.
So was the work there, I guess because it was...
It was in the laughter. Okay. The laughter was the effect of the realization. And that realization is what we sit in today.
And
how can you describe the indescribable? But we can identify what keeps us from that awareness and question it and have a better life until there's that moment that, oh my God, I get it. And then life will test you again, just in case.
So is it true, though, that question brought back apparent reality? That's what I heard you say, but maybe heard that incorrectly. Like this reality?
No, it was like, you mean in the darkness? I was shown the questions on the floor. I was able to formulate the questions that would allow anyone to have the same experience, rather than going, I'm so enlightened. What good is that when you are in me? This is hygiene. Good hygiene.
I feel very honored to be with you.
I feel very honored that you're in me. Thank you, Lenny. It's a privilege. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, many people have shared today. I don't exactly have a question, but I have, but I want to share something that comes back, and then concludes with thank you. I've been asthmatic since the age of 2. I had a near-death experience in New York in 1987, where I got down to 11% of my lung capacity, and I was rushed to Bellevue on 26th Street and First Avenue in Manhattan. And the head of the chest lungs department happened to be on call on that day, and he said, we're not going to allow you to leave here because you've been living, your respiratory system is like someone driving across country in first gear. You are going from one emergency to the next. Let us keep you here, and we will get you to a new base level of health. So I'm in Bellevue for a week, and it's white walls, nothing but white walls, nothing but rest, and nothing but removal from the world. And I'm released in June on a steamy, hazy Saturday afternoon.
And Scott, how old are you, honey?
I'm early 30s.
Yeah.
And I have this wave hit me that's not unlike Katie waking up in the halfway house and having this sense of seeing everything new. And it was like the banana and like the pen. And for the next 8 or 9 days, I was in this bliss state. I had incredible energy. I remember at one point taking my girlfriend, now my wife for the last 35 years, and there are no alleyways in the island of Manhattan, which is why when they do trash, it's always out on the street. And so one night I remember taking her, and we were going to get something to eat, and she said, look at the trash bags, and I'm seeing them for the first time. And I'm amazed at the intricacies of a city like New York, where people are putting things into bags, they're putting them on the street, and then trucks are going to come by and they're going to take the thing. And this all seemed new to me. And this bliss state lasted for 8 or 9 days, and then it began to fade. And I had this sense of, like in the story Flowers for Algernon, when Charlie realizes he's losing the genius quality, and he's going back to being mentally retarded, just like the rat in the maze who was given a special serum, and then eventually he's going to die and go back to being normal. I was going back to being normal. But it started a search, which then concludes in getting to know the works of Stephen Mitchell, who then I get to meet, and he introduces me to you, and I follow your work, and what you are doing is, it's like you are providing the breadcrumbs for me to get back to the bliss state. And that's what the worksheets are breadcrumbs. And so that's why I love you and thank you.
Oh, thanks, Garrett. Well, I love that analogy. The worksheets are breadcrumbs. Yeah, the past. And we're following it back with an inquiring mind, as opposed to the believer. And believing there's no way back from. It's believing other than some kind of miracle or an occasional epiphany. But then the ego's job is to override that. And it does. It does. And self-inquiry is it's a practice.
I was here in April, and I was new to the work when I was here.
Hold that just a moment. And Scott, it's a what's the word? It's specific. Inquiry is a specific to the individual and that ego, specific to that mind. And I was appreciating that as I were listening to you, and thank you again.
Yeah, thank you. That was good. I was here in April, and I was new to the work. And about a week after I was here, and we had the conversation about pain. I don't remember who asked in April, and I took that with me. And about a week after I was here, I had what we thought was a heart attack in the car with my Stephen Mitchell in the car with me, the love of my life. And it was so interesting to have that experience after having been here, because, I was seeing the blue sky and the clouds and realizing I was with the love of my life, etc. The reason I bring it up is that I learned something about pain because of what you taught me when I was here. And I noticed all the moments when I wasn't having pain. That's what I noticed, because it is painful. Heart things can be painful, and then what they do to bring you back to health can be painful, and it was. But what really stood out to me was that there was a woman that I shared a room with the worst wounds I've ever seen on a body, and she was going to be having her legs amputated. And she was in pain. When she was awake, her pain was unbearable for her. And then I noticed when she wasn't awake, she was calm and she was quiet. And of course it was medications, as you said, doctors and medicines that allowed her to be in that twilight of no pain. But it was just so interesting to me to see that those medicines were still in her body when she was awake, right? When she would come to. So I just had a lot of noticing that there are the moments of no pain in between the moments of the remembering or the forecasting of pain. And the question I have for you is that also in the last 2 months, I myself have been to the void. I had my own experience with the void.
Yeah, very
And
open
so when you
mind.
mentioned it earlier, I was like, now I know why I'm here again a month later. And so I would really like to know your understanding of the void and where it sits in this continuum of reality, non-reality, illusion, and what you walked away with, because I heard you say this was the reprieve or the gift of the non-void being here. And so what is your understanding of the void?
The void doesn't happen. It's what we are experiencing with the ego. How the ego describes the void. Like the pin, you can't see it. You can only see the pins before it, but you think it's this. That allows you to, oh, this is a pin.
So it also does not exist other than in the way that we have constructed it through concept, through verbiage, through words.
It's something to speak to,
Mm-hmm.
and it really serves me well as being the most authentic way of communicating that I possibly can, and offer inquiry at the same time.
I was asked the question when I was in the void, can you accept that this could be true? And I've been sitting with that question since then,
So
because
it's
that
like,
void was so contrary to what I wanted to think could exist beyond this reality.
I would just hold it as a gift.
Yeah.
And a gift as a gift to support you along this path of self-inquiry. We believed ourselves into this apparent awareness.
Yeah, it felt very important.
Questioning ourselves out of it, and still able to be in the world, no harm, no foul, even though we're not.
I hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then there's physical pain. Oh, I need no help. You know, and it's.
That's what I learned, is it calls us back into the body.
Uh-huh.
That's what I learned from pain, was that it was a homing signal.
Yeah, it's
bringing me
ego's-
back into my body.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's an ego's trick, because it's not really pain. Pain is a state of mind. It's, again, either remembered or anticipated. Yeah, it's a friendly universe. But boy, it doesn't feel that way when you're in pain. You know, it's
A couple of weeks ago, I was having dinner, and I was having a very enjoyable dinner. I was having empanadas in Mexico, and all of a sudden the thought came in of like, oh, there could be shellfish in here, and I'm highly allergic. And in that moment, all of the images from the past of,
shellfish.
shock,
Yeah.
anaphylactic shock and all that. And then all the images of the future that, oh, I might need to like go into a hospital, and I was traveling and might need my EpiPen and it's in the hospital. And then in that moment I was in peace. So it was like exciting, like the images of the future, like, ooh, like the hospital and EpiPen, I might die. And then the past, and but then also the awareness of like, but okay, let's enjoy the dinner. And I was having a lovely dinner, and then the information kept on coming from outside. You know, the people in the table were, let's ask the cook, let's bring the cook, and they were bringing the cook, and he was saying like, yeah, there was shellfish in the empanadas, and I was put like, well, but do I believe them? You know, and then it's already in my body. I didn't, so when the knowledge was there, I stopped eating, right? Because why would I eat it now that I know that I'm allergic? So again, sanity's not stupid. So I didn't eat it, I didn't continue to eat it, but then it was also like, okay, so the shellfish is in my body, where's my proof? And you know, like, it's fine if it is, and it's fine if I happen to go to the hospital, and meanwhile, let me enjoy the dinner with my friends, and you know, it never happened. You know, it just hours after, and I was still open to getting the allergy, and it never happened. And then a couple of weeks later, back in New York, everything was blooming, and I had the worst seasonal allergy. And it was fine too. You know? It was fine too.
Yeah. Wow. If you were talking, I was thinking, Mexico, great, best hospitals.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. So, so look at, find an object and then find an object just to focus on. Just notice an object and just look at it. Just focus on the object. Any object in the room. Like there's a light switch there, and then there's a light, and there are speakers, there are curtains. Now notice that object and just open your mind to and write down the name of the object and define them. Like that speaker is too low. People could bump into it and oh my God, then we'd have to buy another one, or John, I have to jump in and oh my gosh, you know, fix it or take it to the shop or then and look at the light up there. Geez, one of the bulbs is out. You know, so there's some, you know, just allow your ego to judge whatever your eyes focus on. This chair, you know, could hold 2 people easily. It's huge. Jeez. Like it's, God, it's cracked. Oh my goodness, so tacky. It's tacky. So you hear my list? And, you know, just got that exit sign. My God, it looks like it's as old as this building. And this is #1 landmark, oldest landmark in Ojai. And the sign's got to be that old. Oh my God. Disgusting. So notice your complaints. If you wait long enough, look at any object, if you wait long enough, the ego is going to define it. Okay, what are you noticing? You know, are you judging it on purpose, or is it just like a happening? You know, I didn't plan the things I was going to say about that exit sign just doing its job. Who would I be without my story? Gosh, it's so drab. It looks like yellow or just age. Okay, it's what the ego does. With people, places, things, not right, not wrong. Okay. So let's go back to the banana. Okay, you see your list? Okay. So you're my partner, and you have invited me to read the first thing on my list. Okay. What can you do with a banana? Look at your list. First thing on my list, I can peel it. Okay, so you question me, you can peel, and we're talking about.
You gave it away.
That. Oh, you know, you wouldn't know that if you didn't see the banana. Okay, that banana, let's see if I can catch it. Yeah, you know, it's a beautiful thing. Like if someone throws me a ball, for example, you know, like a hard ball, like in baseball or something, like they can throw me a ball and I don't have to wonder. I don't have to wonder. This presence, it's like I got it, I don't got it. Okay, I just watch. It comes to me, got it. It's presence. And I get to see this over and over and over. And not without my contacts in. That was close. Maybe just enough to dodge it. Maybe. Okay, so that banana, like this banana, so I can peel it. Okay, is it true? Remember, you can't see this banana, you can only see. Life is imagined, and banana is life. I mean, would you know what it was if you hadn't seen one in the past? Okay, so I can peel it, I can eat it, I can mush it up, I can throw it. This banana, okay? You all have your list? You know what I'd like, John? Let me see. Okay, so what I invite all of us to do is just put our things down where we are and just move to the music and to just lose identity and experience the music just moving you. 14. Dancing with myself. Where'd you be without your story? little moving the blood around. Here's a fun 126. The hokey pokey. For children of all ages. Thank you, John. Can you all see the screen when you're standing up like that? No. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah? No, not really? Yeah? Yeah. Oh, well. Okay. So, question for you, can an object exist even 1 nanosecond sooner than you create it? How many of you don't understand the question? Oh, good. Yeah. Wow. And the you isn't personal, it's ego. But would you know what this is? You can't know what it is 1 nanosecond before you can see the images of the past, which is all you can see. And now this is the image of the past. Okay, so as you're sitting in these things at home, as you sit in self-inquiry, you obviously have open minds just to sign up for our time together. So we didn't okay, ready for more? Okay. Okay. How late are we supposed to go? Is there a timetable? No. Yeah, that's true. There is no timetable. We're talking about, it's
illusion.
It's like with no past behind you, no future ahead of you. Let's carry on. Okay. So make a list of what you accomplished today. Other than the hokey pokey, for heaven's sake. So, for example, I got out of bed, I showered, I dressed, I drove to the center, I ate breakfast. Make your list. How many of you are noticing the images in your head as you make your list? Yeah, because it's for identity, for the world is as you imagine it to be. So I got out of bed this morning. Okay? And if I doubt that, I can ask Stephen, or you see me here, so yeah, duh, she got out of bed this morning if she, in fact, spent the night in her bed. But remember the banana? You talk about being in the present. It's like you got out of bed this morning. Where's your proof? You went to bed last night. Where's your proof? Imagination. It's like we imagined ourselves into the world. Like, this isn't reality. And I'll refer to it as fantasy, the bananas of the past. The fantasy would lead you to believe that this is a banana, but the moment you see it, it's in the past. Right? Okay. Any questions from anyone? Yes, honey.
Okay, so here's where my mind is struggling with this a little bit, because we talk about, we talk about living in the present, living in the present, living in the present, living in the present, that, living in the past is hell. Living in the future is hell because it hasn't happened yet, and the past is already done. So if you're talking about the banana, and I understand being in the past, being in the past, being in the past, where's the present in all of this?
which brings us to you exist. Is it true? So you believe yourself here. It's a gift, and we can wake up and gosh, just have a lot more fun that way, and I don't have to believe it to enjoy it. It's a state of mind. Have you ever just been thinking, all of a sudden laughed out loud?
That's the present or the past?
Well, it would have to be the past that brought you to laughter and the apparent now. See, I'm not asking her not to think. This is about, like, realizing the cause of everything without exception. It's like in that, you have, and this isn't meant as blasphemy at all, okay? And I'll just say it. It's like, in this respect, you're God. And your world, the world as you understand it to be, is your world. And if it looks a bit like hell, that's heaven and hell. Understand that if we what hurts and what doesn't. Like, Stephen, yesterday you just hurt my feelings. Okay, so I'm bringing hell into my existence and into Stephen's, and we can affect, we affect a lot that way as human beings. And self-inquiry can leave us in what people refer to as God realization. And I am that with all that power, what is being created in me. And if it's unlike, I'll say the heart, then I can move it from my head to paper and question it and align by nature out of this, out of my true nature and not the ego's world. In other words, the illusion. Does that help?
Is inquiry the present?
You know, all that we've done so far today, no. And did you hear me say and? Past. Did you hear me say the word past? Past. Yeah. You know what this does? This work shows us what hurts and what doesn't, and it enlightens us to as to how to live in the world. The rest of the world can afford cruelty. I can't. I can appreciate other people's cruelty because they're innocent. If I believed what they believed, I'd have to be the same. The self-inquiry gives me this what people refer to as God realization, and that's just simply a way of saying aligning with the gift of life. Earth School. Honey, it's our heart's desire. And I don't require it of other people. People are here to test me. This is Earth School. And if I don't understand, then I need a worksheet or 2 or 3 or 4. You know, and it's and then when you get just down to the nitty-gritty of it, meanness hurts because it conjures up a state of guilt. And we're not at our best in that. But what I said to him, that was warranted. So why am I experience this attitude? So that's a worksheet for me. Doesn't mean he didn't say what he said or do it. And by the way, the whole thing was hypothetical. But boy, it is, it's nothing I don't recognize. So this isn't anything we have to do. It's waking up to reality, the gift of our true nature, the gift of life. Because the ego sees everything wrong with it, and hurtful and scary and can't do, and it's like living in a straitjacket that when we're out of it, there's penalties and guilt. We're not at our best when we experience, in a guilt-filled life.
I had that understanding with The Rock, and I had a moment where I think I understood why I struggled with The Rock. Because I was lost, I was The Rock, and my ego wanted to keep me there for whatever reason. And that's why I stood up, because I realized I couldn't even do the exercise. And I was like, wait a minute, I'm here to do these exercises. So I need to stand up and sort through what's going on with The Rock and why I wanted to be The Rock so bad. And it was like, oh, my ego wanted to keep me lost because the pain was so bad. That The Rock seemed to my ego to be a better alternative than doing inquiry. So thank you for seeing me through that, because I'm not lost.
For that, it's worth this lifetime.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're my world, you're in me. Thank you, precious. Love you. And you. How many have done the school for the work that you're just walking down the street and all of a sudden you're so connected with someone, you feel like just walking up and just putting your arms around them, and it's difficult to resist. I mean, oh boy, what a And how many of you that raised your hand have just done it anyway? Yeah, just can't help it. And those of you new to the work, it's not required that you feel that way or act on it. It's just not required. It's a kind of compulsion. At some point, it's compulsion, isn't it? It's love. Yeah. And if someone said, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" You say, "I just can't help it." You know, isn't that true? I just can't help it. The worst that can happen then is they give you the look and run.
That raises the question, because I have experienced that and I experience it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But then I think I'm making the decision that I'm being civil or I'm being discriminating. Is there such a thing as choice?
Well, I saw you doing that with your arm with the notebook in it. Was that a choice?
No.
Did you do it on purpose?
No, I just did it. Is that the answer to your question?
Can't help it. Just can't help it.
So that's what it is.
It's the absence of fear.
That strikes home.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Will I say more about what?
About choice and free will and the absence of fear. Like this morning, I'm walking, and just walking is happening. And then I see the thought comes, I've got to decide which way to go. And I feel it in my body. So I realize
It feels like, I need to know. And prior to that, you were in the don't know.
Right.
And it's okay to think you know. It's an experience.
And so then I wonder, okay, well, there's something that's just happening. And then when I get out of the way, it's happening. So that's all that's ever happening. And so...
So when you get out of the way, you're not in the past or future. You're centered. In other words, you're where you are.
So was all of it just going to happen anyway?
I'll just let you answer that question. The don't know world is a beautiful thing because it's life lived as a surprise. And there's no downside. Like if I put my arms around someone, they say, "What? Jeez, stop that! Get the hell out of here!" I just follow this simple direction. I just stop that and get the hell out of there. It's a friendly universe. They give direction. Go to hell. Too late. Been there. Done that. I'm open to more. I'm willing to. I look forward to.
Thank you, Katie. I love you. I love you so
Oh
much.
my gosh, well, enough about you. Thank you, sweetie.
So I would just want to offer a metaphor for what helps me think that I understand the banana and the past and the time thing. So I'm actually in the video business, and in every video camera like these even, there's something in the camera that's going like this. It's a shutter, okay? And I read somewhere on a blog that I get from the industry blogs or whatever, like someone asked, what shutter speed, okay, so if there's a difference if it's a faster or slow shutter speed. Someone asked in the blog, what shutter speed does the human eye, operate at? And the answer was either ambiguous or they just didn't know. The closest they came was that it was constant. It was always open. It was always live. There's not something going like this in the eye. So the way I kind of see the whole banana thing and the past and is that, if you're looking at a tape, there's no tape anymore, it's all digital, but if you looked at the frames of the video after it's shot, even 1 millisecond after it's shot from the live as it's continually going, that's in the past, even though it's a millisecond. So, and tell me if I'm understanding the way you're saying it, is that if we see that thing over there, we say that's a banana or that's a curtain or that's a wall or a light or whatever, that's the past. And how that helps us is that all of our problems are remembered, right? And if we had no names for these things, we'd be amazed, like, wow, what is that? What is that? What is that? That's living in the present, and the present is so fleeting that you're almost never in the present, really. You're always that one frame after it was recorded kind of thing. You're always slightly in the past.
Life is remembered. Life is remembered, so is there life at all? I mean, that you can prove? Yeah.
So is that metaphor I use for myself, that sounds close?
Yeah.
Hope that helped. Anybody?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah. I'm not following it. And I loved it, period. Everything it shows us, who cares, past, future, unless it hurts. And then that belongs on paper.
Hello, thank you. I have a question that, like, around what you were saying earlier, about that doesn't mean like when all the madness in the world and all the things that are happening, and how is it? And then you mentioned like you might not agree with all these people that are doing very confused, that are confused and they're generating all this violence like in the world. Let's say war, for example. So I noticed I have been.
Let's say what, for example?
War, like
War,
everything.
yeah.
No.
Mm-hmm.
So I notice, like, I can understand they're acting out of confusion, so I can have compassion. And then I found myself, like 1 month ago, like very triggered around it. So, like, it felt like I can understand where are they coming from, like I can see their innocence. And I saw myself like being more active around the whole thing, like sharing more information, and I noticed the war within myself. No, when I was like attached to it. So then I was like, I'll keep on going and doing my, like I will keep on living in my world, doing my thing, no, and living in my universe that, no, I was doing before I was triggered. But then it felt like, how do we, like the thing that's still bothering me is like how, or I don't know how to accommodate that, is like how do we can be also active in, like it feels to me like if I don't do anything about it, I'm also being an accomplice, you know? So like I noticed that the moment I didn't put my attention there and I keep on walking my beauty way, whatever, doing my offerings, doing my prayers, whatever, like my universe shifts completely, immediately, no? My attention is no longer there, but then it feels like, am I on denial of everything else that is happening? Shouldn't I like use my voice in order to, you know what I mean?
So do what you can.
Mhm.
Your ego will talk you out of it. You know, I don't have time to do it. I don't have the finances to do what I'd like to do. My children need me more. I mean, do what you can do. It matters.
Okay.
It matters. It's within your means. Do what you can, even though the ego, like you could have $1 billion and you could give less money to someone that can barely pay the rent with 5 children, living in poverty, a kind of poverty. You know, so it's a state of mind. Generosity, anything less than that is fearful. And that's no reason to give. You know, we give out of what we think will hopefully make a difference, but we can't even know that. But we give because it's right. It's right with us. Sometimes that's like parents. Sometimes that's the only thing within their power, depending on the age of the children and et cetera, et cetera. Just do what we can, and everyone can do that. But can you? That's the question. Yeah, you, and you, and you. Yeah, it matters. Matters to you. So, yeah.
Thank you.
So, boy, this curriculum went out the window. It's a banana. Okay, so you have banana list that you haven't questioned yet. So rather than sit with a partner, you can do the one belief at a time worksheet in your notebooks, and as you go down your list, and it's already written down the thought, so you can look at the 4 questions and turn around and just meditate in that. Here's what I'd like you to go away with. You cannot see this banana, it's impossible. So that's not even a koan, it's a fact. Is a koan a fact, Eduardo?
Not necessarily. It's a mind riddle. Sorry, it's a mind riddle, I might say. Although Steven might be able to speak more intelligently about that.
So was that a koan?
No.
No. So forget about it. You Buddhist snobs, you know.
Subudi.
Some of you are laughing just a little too much. I think you're Buddhists. Do you see what you can do with a banana? Okay, so do your banana inquiry, you know, along with yourself. If you have a roommate, you can do that as well and alternate. Just imagine, or just take for granted, attempt to take for granted that it's true when I say you cannot see this banana. And with that in mind, do your list and don't try to make it true, because that's not going to help you. Just do honest self-inquiry and notice how you react when you believe the thought, it's a banana. Okay, so imagine, you've heard me do this, but right now imagine biting into a big, ripe, juicy lemon right now. So how many of you felt an effect? Okay, so that's not even a lemon. That's imagination. And so is a lemon. So it's a banana. So we have the privilege of living in this friendly world, this friendly universe. And we didn't believe ourselves in on purpose. This is a school. And when you're asleep at night and you're not dreaming, do you exist? And you're okay. Then you apparently wake up, I'm asleep, I'm late for the course, I'm tired, I'm energized, I'm, just I. Notice how the I, you can't, in the morning, for example, you can't wake up until the I does. How many of you have ever sleepwalked or known someone that sleepwalked? Okay, so okay, any questions before we? You know, this dream, we're sleepwalkers. We're sleepwalkers, life's a dream. Yeah.
You help so many people and you spend so much of your life helping people. Where does the motivation come from when you're so clear that it's all imagined and it's all sleepwalking?
Where
does the motivation to do all that come from when you're so clear that
because
it's a
sweetheart,
dream?
you're in me. So that's just self-service. You're my world.
But why is it a problem that a dream is this way as opposed to that way?
Earth School.
If I'm hearing the question. I'm trying to see where in your world a problem comes in such that you'd want to do anything about it.
I don't need one. You're holding them for me. And I remember, I recall suffering. And I wouldn't, my God, it would be criminal for me not to share with you what's already yours. I'm just pointing.
I get that. And when I have a dream, and in my dream there are other people who are suffering,
Mm-hmm.
and in that dream they're really suffering. When I wake up and realize it was a dream, and there wasn't actual suffering, I don't rush to go back to the dream and tell everybody to help him not suffer, because I'm clear that that was a dream. So
Yeah, and that's a night dream.
but you seem to go back to that dream and try to help everybody who's suffering.
Well, the more you work with your mind, the more the apparent dreamers in your head are awake as well.
Right, and so I would assume that
You
in
wake
your
up,
head,
the people in your head wake up.
and so I would assume that for you, that's already happened.
And what is that?
That everybody in your dream has already woken up.
Well, it's in my world, no one is more enlightened than another. But the ego's job is to live as object. And that can never be. So there's a rub there. There's suffering. I'm not sure I understand your question, honey, but if
I'm not sure I do either.
if I have a dream and it's a nightmare, then I put that on a judge your neighbor worksheet. I had worksheets in every room of my house. I used to actually put a pad and pencil by the toilet at night because I didn't want to miss it. And I'd wake up, go to the bathroom, and come back, go to sleep, and I'd wake up in the morning and say, "Oh, damn! I didn't wake up in the night," and then I'd go in to pee, and there'd be a list, or maybe one or two.
Thank you.
Oh, honey, I hope that was helpful. That's me again.
Does anybody else want to try? There's Ivan.
If the world is perfect and everybody's enlightened, even though they may not know it, why do you give these events? Why do you bother?
Because they may not know it. They might, it's just a lack of awareness. It's the ego's job to make sure that that's the case. It's Earth School. My gosh, out in the abyss and to come into this world and it's a gift. It's a gift to be born at 43 in this situation, you know, in this body, in this.
Both.
Meow, meow. Yeah, I love that name so much. Meow.
Bring on the old name.
How do I mean? Yes, honey.
Could it be said that your job is that everyone deserves to know that there's a way out of suffering?
Well, everyone has a right to that.
Everyone has a right.
Yeah, exactly, Patri. Thank you. Everyone has a right to know what they know. Everyone has a right to be aware of what you know. It's equal. That's equal. That's equal. No one is wiser than another human being. It's just like that.
Is your experience that you have a choice in this?
Again?
Is your experience that you have a choice in this?
No.
What you're doing?
It seems so, and no.
Thank you.
Yeah. I could say so, but you're in me. That would be crazy to neglect that. Yeah. Inhumane. Inhuman.
When you say it's Earth School, my understanding of that is that we're all here to get what we're here to get, and you're helping facilitate that. What a gift. Thank you.
And when you say what a gift, I don't know if you mean you or me. Same.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks, honey. Oh gosh, am I cheating this curriculum? Oh, boy.
This is the curriculum,
Oh my. Okay. You ready for one more? Okay. I call this one First War. The First War. So the name of a family member. Not in this room. A family member not in this room. Now, notice the ego's thoughts, the thoughts that appear, that define that person, and allow those negative thoughts. Look for the negative thoughts, and then write them down. It doesn't mean you don't love and adore that person, but sometimes the state of mind you're holding that's not the place it's in. And rightfully so, your ego would hand you And so write down that person's name and list your negative thoughts. About that person. And this is first war. It's an attack on their identity. It doesn't mean you're right or wrong. It's an attack. So list those negative thoughts and just list them. And notice, not the uncommon attack thoughts. These are familiar, this is not new. These are thoughts that it's not the first time you've had these thoughts about that person. Just those attack thoughts. I tend, when I hear someone sneeze, to say, God bless you, but it's too late. It just is already a blessing. Blessed. Okay, look at your list. You've just created that person's identity. That's who you live with. It doesn't mean that it's that person. That's how you are when you feel like you're not being understood, or they're asking too much of you, or they don't agree with you. There's an argument, and you think you're right, and they're definitely wrong, and notice how you treat them, These attacks, they're unkind, they're asleep, they're cruel, so there's the person you live with, and then there's the person as your ego would dictate them to be. And that's quite an ego that's quite a person you're living with. And And then notice how everyone doesn't agree with you when you describe to them how unfair, unkind, how etc. And obviously that person doesn't understand. And so you find someone that does. And so you can hold it. And so this isn't right or wrong. It's just a list to sit in a situation where you were believing these things in an argument, and then be in that argument. This is really user-friendly when you go home. Be in that argument. Notice what you're thinking and believing and who you'd be without it. When you get to that, who would you be without the thought? And and then turn it around and see how it fits in that situation. So this is some homework. And when you attack that person, remember the banana. When you're attacking that person, are you attacking that person
in the moment,
as you imagine, as you're imagining them to be? Or are you really attacking that person? And isn't that self-attack? I mean, notice how you react when you're believing the thoughts. You can say hurtful things and justify it. You can shame and blame. Well, you said and you did, and or I live with the perfect man. And you live with whoever you live with the perfect person or people, other than what you're thinking and believing. And I invite you to test it. And that's what we have, you know, when we have disagreements, we can move what we're thinking and believing from our head to paper. And then when we question it and turn it around, our amends are right there. And you know, it's like that little tiny, like 500 mattresses, and you're sleeping on top of it, like the Princess and the Pea, and there's this one little pea under there, and she's bruised. Okay, well that's what this work is about. It's about taking it. It's like dissolving the pea under all those mattresses. Because we're bruised until we do, and jaded. And we alienate the people that we love so dearly. And if we were of right mind, no wonder some of you are hugging people you've never met before on the streets and are comfortable in it, and so are they, because it's authentic. But if you're doing it just to see what happens, that's not authentic. It's not authentic. It's like a spontaneous thing. It's like they don't need it, I do. I mean, this is all about me, and they're kind enough to understand I need a little support whether I do or not. And I'm always blown away. I love that you are at home in this world. That's what it's all about. The absence of fear. Okay, so so let's look at that example again for this list. Stephen, yesterday you really hurt my feelings, and I'm just, you know, I just don't want to. I just don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. Just you know what you did. Just, you know, leave me alone. Notice so far he hasn't said a word, but that doesn't stop me. Okay, he's just looking at me like, oh, I hate when he does that. Just looking at me like I'm crazy, because I am crazy in the moment. Okay. Who could be angry with Stephen? Oh, God. I'm such a brawler. He's no fun. Okay, so we take care of this. We wake up, and we're as understanding as I experience Stephen to be. No matter what happens in your life. Okay, so was I attacking the right man? There's Stephen of yesterday. So that's imagined, right? That's ego. Ego could be a beautiful thing too, but in this case, that's ego. And I'm going to punish the Stephen now. I'm punishing Stephen now for the Stephen of, you understand it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Banana.
I follow everything you're doing, but the second you bring the banana in, I keep getting lost, and I don't want to take your time to repeat it over and over again. But
so can you see this?
yes.
Would you know what it was if you couldn't see the banana of yesterday, whatever it was?
I see an object. I might not be able to name it, but I see that you're holding something.
If you'd never, if I would question that.
That I see an object?
Mm-hmm. I mean, you can't see this object. That's the point here.
I can't name it, but I can see you're holding something. It's not an empty hand.
It's not possible.
See, I'm getting lost with that, and then I feel like that's...
Yeah, welcome to your life.
And my life.
Have you heard me say that life is imagined? And sitting together is the test. This work is the test. Honey, I realize that's a big push, and here we are.
If anyone in this room gets it and wants to chat with me about this outside, I welcome that and invite it. Because I sincerely want to understand it. I'm just...
I get it, and I sincerely want to help you with it. Okay, so you're a baby in the crib, and and your mother just says, you reach for it just because, there's no identity there. There's something unidentified. See me as that baby, unidentified. Hold this up. And you may think I'm looking at this, and you can move it like that, and then maybe when I'm 3 months old, my eyes will follow it. At some point, maybe not 3 months, but maybe earlier, later. But look what's happened prior to that. I'm being held to come in. I'm going to leave it with you. because you're very good at putting yourself into that experience and experiencing what it's like to be a baby just born into the world, let's say in a crib, for example, with no life experience whatsoever. You're a newborn. And just go from there. Do you know what this is, newborn? Now, do you know what it is, newborn? Now, are your eyes able to follow it, newborn? It's becoming a thing. To be born into the world. We're not born into the world of body. We're born into the world as identity, ego, mind, and it's a gift.
So as long as I see that, that means there's a me. And when I didn't see that, there was no separation between me and that.
Yeah, there has to be for you to be, I see it. And it's the experience of two, this and this, but still not identified.
But still not identified.
But you can, just meditate in it. You're a meditator. You have to believe it before you can see it. Little baby, give yourself a break. Mom, Dad first, whoever's there. We're not born until the moment we believe. We're born of body, but not of identity, not of I. No one believes I'm here, but not I, but not I's. And they only exist because you believe them to be. Think, feel, act, have, and that can really support what you're looking for. Oh my goodness, this so little baby, would you know what this was if you've never seen one before? I mean, we all know the answer to that. And then your mother says it's a banana, for example, and you believe it. And you might just say, banana, and everyone applauds, but it's still not a banana for you. Well, what did I do? Babies are so startled when we go, oh, you are so cute. It's like, that's, sometimes it takes a little breath away.
Maybe I'm getting hung up on the word seeing it, because I completely get it. There's no meaning to it whatsoever without a reference point.
Yeah.
Just like...
If you don't know what, I think you're onto something.
Yeah, even calling it an object is a name.
Go ahead.
You even calling it an object is just like saying banana.
Yeah, exactly so.
And I saw it from here even before we saw it. Someone said there's one in your table and I couldn't see the yellow, but I already saw the yellow in there, and I can't see it from here. And then when you call on to Marty, which I don't know who he was, because I didn't look back, it wasn't until he showed up there, oh, that's Marty. And then I believed him. The next time you called on him, I knew who Marty was. And then I went into the past, and I think I met him at Omega some time ago, and he's a nice guy. So, but prior to that, there was no Marty. And since there was no Marty, I put the image man. So it was a low resolution man. It could be white, it could be brown, it could be tall, it could be short. It was low resolution until there was Marty on the screen, and now it's here and I cannot unbelieve them. It's just in my mind.
Okay, I'm going to sit where you are and you come sit up here. Oh, mercy. Thank you. Yes.
Just following on Dee's inquiry, Larry, who you've already inspired me by your earlier experience with your mom. That was quite profound. Thank you. This feels less profound to me for the moment. Let me see if I'm following. It's even more I see an object in her hand too. When I tell myself the story, that I see her in a chair out there, separate from, and talking, telling a story separate from that which is just is. I mean, there's trillions of things. But earlier you said there's no other. So if there's no other, and somebody said, you mean like all, everything, like non-dual. Well done, there's no more words to add at this point in the sentence. There isn't anything more to describe, because, or put another way, there's everything to describe. There's a you, there's a me, there's all this, or you're in me and I'm in you. Take the or back and go and there's every, it's just impossible with words of thought. Do you get it? Is that like, so, no, sorry. That was what I take. Is that resonating to you? I mean, maybe I'm not being terribly inarticulate, but there's only two levels I see, Katie, that you described. One was, is there the banana that comes from past stories that I apply on and project, my story of a banana? And the answer is, yeah, that's just the one that you're doing that. But also, there was no banana originally either, right? There's never been a banana. I mean, and there's also a story of a banana I make, and I walk around in this world with bananas and geniuses like you, or, sorry, parts of me that also have awoken for a moment and then communicate back that another way of seeing this. But it's all the same this. Oops. I feel like I was double checking, but then as I spoke it got less clear. You're looking at me confused or looking at me?
Oh, I'm a student. I know something beautiful when I hear it. deeply.
Because I hear I just feel like gratitude, 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 gratitude. Thank you, thank you, thank me, thank you, thank me, and like, you know, and then
Gratitude is, it can, if you allow it, it's all consuming. All consuming. And that's what this work can give us, is what it's like to live on a life in the absence of suffering. And when we are suffering, the gift of understanding how to examine that, to move it from our mind, to move it to paper and wake us up. And who cares about the banana in the crib? You know, just judge your neighbor, write it down, ask questions and turn it around. And it's, you know, I had this this gift, you know, it's like just to walk through the street saying, there's nothing, there's nobody, there's nothing, and people look at you like you're crazy when you're just saying the simplest thing. So how do you bring it? How do you share this gift? These questions allow us all equal opportunity. I call it the work because it's like, oh, I've got it, and you just go on. You know, it's a practice, and it's a practice. It's a practice. And then when there's a bump, you have a way of understanding what moved you out of into the world of suffering again. And you can just move it from your mind to paper and wake you up. Or just go on and do the best you can. And it's all allowed here. It's all allowed. No harm, no foul. It's an opportunity. Like this thing inside of you, it's not going away. And it's pure wisdom, and it's not going away. The eagle's job is to override it. To override it. Because how else can identity how else? Yes, honey. I saw you and then the language thought.
Will you tell us what you see when you look at Stephen? just in real time, before you have the image, just as you turn your head to the right, what happens? Just like an out loud narration.
No future.
Oh my God, I can hardly stand it. I don't have words for it. I'll try. The kindest, the dearest, the wise, the wisest. I could go on and on. It all adds up to someone who loves me without condition. Someone that's dedicated his life to my welfare. Every day, all day. With every reason not to. I make sure of that. That's my job. The most forgiving. Flawless in our relationship, just and in every other way. Patient. Patient. That's why it's so hard sometimes just to look at him, you know, it's just like, you know, what do you do with this kind of love? Huh? Oh my God.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really lovely to see the two of you together, and
I love the question. You know, I liked listening as well.
yeah.
Like just getting in touch with it, hearing it. No one's asked me that question that I can recall. And if they did, my thought is I went into rapture to the extent I don't recall it.
Yeah.
And I don't care if he exists or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a piece that I feel as you speak to it. It's like, who cares, you know? And not to get wrapped up in the, like, is he real, is he not? Aren't you seeing some past image? And it's like,
no woo-woo.
Yeah, who cares?
No, yeah.
Yeah. And Stephen, always curious about your response, but as you see her, you know. But no pressure. Just
I don't know if he cares or not. I don't know if it matters to him or not. To my mind, he loves me, done.
Yeah, not cares about
Yeah.
that, but just what he sees, his experience and perception.
You mean, the way I see Stephen, is that how he sees him?
No, just how, if he had the microphone, what he would say as he sees you.
Yeah, I'm fascinated. I've never thought to ask you.
Never.
Wow, this is risky. Because he's a man of integrity as well. I hate that. Only fooling. He's waiting for the question. Yeah. So, and I've forgotten the question.
How do I see you?
Can you hear that question? How do I see you? With my eyes. You know, I know the answer to that. Was that the question?
The first time I met Katie on January 23rd, 2000 at 10:03 a.m. And I looked into her eyes. It was like looking through her eyes into a depth that I had never seen before. And a heart that was completely open, and it was the experience of awe. And it wasn't personal, it wasn't sexual, it wasn't a man looking into a woman's eyes, it was way beyond that. And
I use that all the
I was going to say, I resent that.
well, that's just too bad. And so it was an experience of awe, and at the same time there was a strand of mortification in it, because I thought I was really clear and really awake, and looking through Katie's eyes into this endless love, I realized I was just a baby in that respect, and in the respect of heart, and I saw her as my teacher. And we sat together after that first instant. All this happened in less than a second. But after I somehow found myself looking elsewhere, and we went to sit down, we sat for an hour and a half, and she took my hand. We didn't say much. It was just perfect. And then I walked out of the room with the feeling that I never needed to see her again. It was so beautiful and so perfect. It was going to be a light for me for the rest of my life. And then as it happened, my literary agent told me that I needed to write a book presenting her teaching, so I needed to meet her again, and then that's a longer story. But I still see her that way every day, and you know, as beautiful at 81 as she was when I first met her, and as filled with love, and as, you know, as with a mind as far beyond mine, so far beyond that I have trouble grasping it sometimes. But I see her as a Buddha, as somebody who's awake. And my practice for a long time, whenever there was a difference of opinion, and I was sure that I was right, would be to take that for an hour, next hour, or the next 2 days, or the next 3 days, and hold it. Where is she right? And always, I would come around to seeing that. It was like the north on a compass. She had to be right, even though I was convinced I was right, and so it was a practice. It was like the pure questioning of that. Anyway, that's something of how I see her.
Thank you, sweetie. Yeah.
my life is really a life of devotion.
Yeah, I can say that so. Yeah, I'd like to say as much for me. I'm devoted to states of mind as opposed to people. Because you're in me. You're in me. You don't live outside of me. In me. It's personal. As Stephen is. As my children are. No different. Just I live with some. It's the way of it in the world, my thought is that I would love that you have time this evening to have dinner and get well rested, and if you can't sleep, you have your list, and to sit with that little yellow card, just those 4 questions and turnarounds, and it's so simple, and what happens in our time together occasionally is you begin to dream you begin to dream in self-inquiry. It's like you start to have you start, like a dream starts and then it just kind of goes and you don't know it until the next morning. It just kind of like, and your dreams can be interesting. And if your dreams should be nightmarish or troubling, then you can move that dream as though it's reality onto a worksheet and sit in self-inquiry. Because sleeping dreams and waking dreams really no difference. A dream is a dream, just like the banana. Yeah. And here's banana is this. Where is the banana man? Oh. Thanks, sweetie. Good catch. Okay, so okay, so staff, would you oh my, okay, we'll save it for morning. Okay. Okay, so we have a full curriculum tomorrow. And I think today with a lot of questions, et cetera, and self-inquiry, we've kind of cleared some fields that will really open our time together tomorrow. And thank you for your presence and your very open minds. And I don't know what this means, but nighty night.